Wow, that's quick. You guys are quick. Wow, there's a Griffin Conan. God, I'm getting old. 27 years old. I really am old. And just as you figure out that time is going by, it's all over. It's all over just as you figure it out. Any good news? I don't know. Ham wants to come on. I wasn't, after yesterday's marathon, I wasn't planning on going live, but Ham wants to speak to you at some point soon, I think. So we'll hear when he comes in. You know, I was thinking about these shills that come on. Couple of things about them. You know, they always come on sounding so reasonable. Not always, but lots of times they come on sounding reasonable. And, you know, they don't have to try hard. I help. Sometimes it makes it look like I'm being unreasonable, and sometimes I am. But they come on and they try to befriend you, whatever. I mean, if you're going to fall for it, you're going to fall for it. You don't know who they are. Their names are probably wrong. They're only here when a stock starts squeezing. Otherwise, they've disappeared. So, I mean, whatever. You can listen to them. I don't mind. But what happens is the debate gets changed. And, you know, some of these stocks, like, for example, Gbux, these are not, you know, these are not take them home to your mother girlfriends. These are, you know, met her out at the track, you know, the horse races, and hit it off, and had a wild night, and it might play out over the weekend, but those tattoos or the drugs or I don't know, something you don't like, the accent, the whatever. What comes across with some of these shills is like that somehow, for example, they brought up with Gbux, well, how much does it make? What does it do? I don't know. And I never, look, I wish I had listened when Gbux was told to me the first several times. I didn't listen. I listened, but I didn't act. I wish I had bought 1,000 shares. I know people, and I've heard of people who purchased 10,000 shares, who bought 5,000 shares, who bought 40,000 shares. And they feel pretty good right now. I didn't do that. I bought 200 shares at $8 and something average, probably $8.25. I don't know. I didn't look it up. But this isn't a stock that I'm trying to get you to buy at all, actually. I'm letting you know that I think I don't know, but I think it's in the middle of a short squeeze. I think it has either one or two guys, or maybe a whole, you know, collective of guys that are colluding, caught. Do they have a way out? Do they have a Jessica Hopper? Do they have a Frank Benedetto? Do they have a Roger Rabbit? Do they have a a John Hurry? Do they have, I don't know. They may have some idea in their head of how to get out of this particular trap, but I think they're trapped. So that's why I'm following Gbux. Ham's got a lot of people in it and a lot of happy people in it. But I didn't look it up. I think it's 213 shares I have at $8.25 in my IRA. And I sold Railtown to do it because I thought, wow, this looks like it's going to work. I didn't do this or tell you about it to get into a fight with a bunch of shills. And by the way, they don't care. They don't care about you or your money. They're just probably either paid to help drive it down and backstopped, which is collusion. It's a crime as bad as any out there. In other words, help us drive it down and we'll make sure you don't lose money. Well, Gary Gensler doesn't care about that. And you can wonder why. I can wonder why. But the fact is he doesn't care. Adina Friedman doesn't care. You can wonder why. I wonder why. But she doesn't care. I mean, you can wonder why Endeavor Air is proud of having tiny airliners with 70 people on them where there's not a single male, and it's okay to root for that. Imagine if men had advertisements saying we don't have female pilots. You know, they'd get thrown out of the profession. But female pilots can say we don't have any male pilots and be happy about it. But they're it's not that they're female. It says they're 26 years old. And they have they haven't logged enough time. But hey, it's for the betterment. It's an experiment that we know is going to lead to better results. Well, that's what these guys come on. You have Adina Friedman focusing on, her whole focus is for NASDAQ companies to have women on the board. And we know that's we just know because the patriarchy for thousands of years has ruined society. And we just know that if we can put a woman in charge of NASDAQ, that the best thing she can do with her power and her energies is to make sure women are on the board of NASDAQ companies. The only thing she does. We know that's the best outcome. Well, at the risk of sounding sexist, I think there's something she should be focusing on. It's called settlement. When in the United States of America, the majority of financial assets are held by women, and when the future is women, and when everything is about women and everything is tilted toward women, why isn't it important to settle the trades that are a threat to women's financial future? Adina, I don't know. But anyway, so these guys come on here and they attack, and I react badly sometimes. And other times, I guess it's better. But the fact is they distract. I don't care if you buy Gbux. I really don't. I don't care if you bought it at $1 and you sold it at $5. I don't care if you bought it at $8 and sold it at $7.50. I hope you didn't. But what I do care about is that we're learning how to trade a little bit, and that's from him. We're learning maybe how to recognize a trade. And there's some things that I'm trying to show you. One is, for me, I suddenly recognized the potential for a quick trade in Gbux based on what looks like a trapped handful or a very serious trap, a serious short trapped, I don't know. But I decided to play it. What did I do? What's the lesson that I guess I'm opening up to you? One is I love Railtown AI as both a short-term trade and a serious hold for 6 months, 9 months. Doesn't mean it's Railtown AI, doesn't mean it doesn't have risk. One of the biggest risks of Railtown AI is we can all see it. United States technology companies, if I can call artificial intelligence technology, are all in a bubble. But you know what? We don't know how much further the bubble can go and inflate. We just don't know. A lot of it's tied to the strength of the dollar. I think the dollar is in trouble like all paper currencies. On the other hand, relative to other currencies, which one's better? The Swiss franc? I don't think so. The yuan? Doesn't look like it. If I had to pick an alternative currency to get into, I wouldn't want to do it, but I would pick the ruble. But you can fill in all your blanks as to why you wouldn't do it. Nobody else is doing it either. So the dollar is strong. And when people bring their money to the dollar, what are their choices? I guess real estate. I guess commercial real estate. I guess biotechnology maybe, although every one of them are slaughtered by the criminal shorts. Technology seems to be where they end up putting the money. So I don't know. Anyway, you can think that through. But I love Railtown AI. I think very much like silver, it's a similar concept. I think silver at $35, Railtown at 35 cents. I don't think Railtown, RLAIF, is going to be 35 cents very much longer. Now, I said that in December. I was wrong. But I think it will be $1. Headed possibly, Railtown from $1, I think could be headed to $3, $8, $10, $20, $30. But the important thing that causes lights some fire under our butts on Railtown is I don't think it's going to be very much longer that it's not 35 cents anymore. So committing to it now allows one to own perhaps 3 times as much as you're going to be able to buy when everybody knows the story. That's how I feel about silver. I'm a little nervous about silver because now I hear it from everybody. The story that I used to tell people and they'd look at me like I had 3 heads. Now I hear it from everybody. Well, silver's used for more things than just jewelry. And you know what? Everybody's learning it, but there's a lag. The reason there's a lag in silver is because it's manipulated, and it's a massive threat. I think it used to be the bank that was most at risk was JP Morgan. I don't know. I'm confused. Somehow Diamond has hedged his bet. It's too opaque for me to understand what's going on there. But I think Merrill Lynch is Bank of America is the company most at risk now because of silver. But I think the whole banking system's at risk because of the manipulation of silver. But it's the same concept. You can buy it for $35. I think it's going to be $100 very quickly. It's volatile, so it can pull back. But I don't think in a pullback it'll come back to $35. But I'm not buying silver. I'm not suggesting, and I don't have the money to buy it right now. I'm hopeful on that. I think silver will go to 100. Maybe it's 90, maybe it's 75, but it could be 120. I don't know. They're just using a number, 100. From 100, I think silver will be cheap. I think it has a glorious upside. But same as Railtown, right now you can buy 3 times as much, and I don't think that opportunity is going to be there much longer. But anyway, what did I do? I sold a tiny bit. Well, for me, for you, it's a tiny bit. For me, it's a big chunk of Railtown to buy Gbux. Wow, you bought 200 shares. You're a big swinging, yeah, I'm pretty big trader. Why did I do that? Because I feel like Gbux is giving the signs that it's going to squeeze. Am I going to be right? No. Am I taking a risk? Yes. Could it be wrong that Gbux only goes to 10, or it's just now going to be stalled out forever because they have some sort of gambit to go on? Maybe. But I think what I might have an opportunity to do is sell my Gbux at 20 or 30 or 50 or 80 or 100. I think I put one order out at $144 a share. And when I do, I'll come back and buy Railtown. So that's why. But I don't care about these guys. They call me a pump and dump. I'm not pumping and dumping Railtown. Gbux. I'm not pump and dumping Railtown. I actually think Railtown is a setup very similar to a private oil and gas company that I've been following for 4 years. Software, technology, massive improvement in results, a great product for the customer, and huge upside. And that's how I see Railtown. I get it. I get the value creation in Railtown. The other stock that I think is showing some signs finally of awakening from a long hibernation, if you want to call it hibernation. It's been exciting. It's probably not hibernation, but I think finger motion is a reasonable, it makes sense if you don't own it to own it. If you do own it, maybe to add a little bit more. It makes sense to own it now at $1.50, let's call it, and see what happens with Fngr. And then Nixie is, I think, I don't know how to call it. I think all right, here comes Sam. I think the CEO is doing his best, but I think that at $2 or whatever it is, I think it's a reasonable.
Drive around?
What?
Yeah, Bill.
What?
Are you live?
I'm live. Are you?
Yes, I'm live. I'm ready to go.
Well, everybody's ready for you. They're tired of listening to me.
So all signs point to the greatest trades in your life are ready to happen. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, the Doge people. Again, I'm hearing from Trump's side, they're going to leave no prisoners. They're going after all these big players. They're going to upset the apple cart. It's going to happen. They're going to go after everybody. So people, find whatever makes you happy, but the trades of a lifetime are upon you. Okay? Again, I can't guarantee you, but I'm all in. I think this is something I've been waiting 25 years for, and it's coming to us. And it's right in your face. You can sit around and not do anything and watch, but never before, okay? And clean your ears out when I say this. Never before has any government institution or regulator giving you direction on a stock. They are telling you which way they're going to go. If you're short, you're going to have to cover. If you're going to cover, that means buy. If they're going to stop them from selling, the stocks are going to start looking like Root. Remember I told you, Root, the short sellers stopped it, melted up to $140 recently. Okay? That's what's going to happen. Now, I can't tell you what stocks I look at different stocks. You find your own. All right? Me, and I believe William, we follow. I'm trying to be an expert on a couple of stocks, not on all of them.
I'm going to root for the home team.
Well, again, Root, I bring it to your attention because it's been a classic short seller covering. They stopped selling and they were buying, and you just saw it melt up. When they stopped buying, his stock fell like a stone, $40. Okay? That's shorts covering. That's shorts controlling their own covering. When in GameStop, the shorts lost control and the prime broker was in charge. And that's why his stock went from $3.75 to 500 plus. Excuse me. In VW, the shorts lost control and they were bought in and they paid up to, I think it was $1,500 in Volkswagen. I can't remember the high in Volkswagen. I went blank for a second. I get it confused with like HKD. HKD, it was a prime broker buying people. That's why he traded up to $2,500. So stocks that are controlled by the shorts covering go up differently versus stocks being bought in by the prime broker. The prime broker, as we used to say on the street, when they buy you in, they give the stock a cigarette and they execute it. That's it. There's no determination. There's no friendship. Buy it until you finish buying all the stock back. That's how a prime broker buys it in. And I see that happening in Fngr motion. Okay? And I see this, the GBUX. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a panic buy-in or it's going to be a Root buy-in. If it's going to look like Root, it's going to pop 10, pull back 3, go up 20, pull back 5. It's going to be like that. Because when they spike it up, that's them buying. Then they walk away to take a breath. The stock comes back down, and then they repeat it again. All right? That's a controlled buy-in. And those repeats, when the stock spikes to 30, let's say GBUX spikes to 30, and it pulls back down to 20, the next time it goes to 30, I guarantee you 3 out of 10 people will bail out because they think they missed it the last time, and they sell into that next spike. And the next spike will go from 20 to 50. That's how that works. That's a controlled buy-in by the shorts. You spike it up, you'll walk away, you let it drop, and then you come back and you try to do it again. Right now, GBUX, the short sellers are trying to put the fire out. They're trying to slow the momentum. A couple of people say, well, it looks like the momentum slowed down the buying. That's not true. There are people accumulating it. All right? We're not in the business of just squeezing people and telling people go buy the stock as fast as you can and get it to go. But we don't do that. Okay? We have professionals. When we buy stocks, it popped up to 10. We bought some stock high. We bought some stock low. And now you sit here and accumulate and wait for the main event. That's very different than a Fngr motion trade. Fngr motion, it was a debt spiral note by Lynn Partners. They were shitting all over this thing using the notice protection. They got the note taken away from them, and now they trapped themselves. They trapped themselves by selling more and more and more. They've been trying to break it below $1. That did not work. Now, I don't know who's been selling it the last 2 days, but we heard there are people that are looking for the
What
China
stock
trade.
are you talking about? You haven't...
Oh, sorry, Fngr motion right now.
Okay.
The stock, there was about 1 million shares of buying the last 2 days, 1.1 million, 1.2 million. And the stock pulled up for 114, went to almost 140. It got to 139, and then they knocked it down, and it came back up. Someone sold over 1 million shares of stock And I don't know how much it was naked shorted. I didn't see the data. So I have to assume it's always around 50% when it's running up like that. But somebody was selling it. People are buying it. People are buying Fngr Motion, A, for the short squeeze, B, because of the China trade. The Chinese economy is booming. Every big player in the world is throwing their hat in the ring. Ryan Cohen just threw it into Alibaba. All right, after it went up 10, he bought it, went up another 8. So he's buying near the top. Or we think it's the top. Michael Burry's in. David Tepper's in. Goldman Sachs was all talking about China. Fngr Motion only does business in China. They are China central. They do insurance, data, top-up minutes, emergency vehicles, text messaging, everything about the Chinese economy. Fngr Motion has some sort of fingers on different things in the economy. Do your own homework. Watch the videos with William and the CEO. You educate yourself about the China trade. The China trade itself makes the company valuable. The short squeeze of 250 million, yes, I rounded it up from 241. Every day, I haven't added a number in for a year. So I just figured, let me just round it up to 250. It's easy for me to say, give or take. But every day they add 50, 100,000 shares. 100 a day is 500 a week is 2 million a month. So if they're still naked shorting that type of size, 2 million a month, we'll get, 12 months, you'll be right back up there again, big numbers again. So I say that we're at 250. That's a different reason to own it. It's for the short squeeze. Naked short selling is what we specialize in, uncovering it, exposing the criminals. We know the short seller, his group is Jeff Easton and his toxic lending buddies at his office. And William, just got to take a breath for a second because I'm talking straight. Now, I exposed, and if you followed me on Twitter, I posted about KNW. They did a toxic debt spiral note with Lind Partners. Lind Partners gave them $4 million. They had a debt spiral note attached to it. I posted it. The company is going to get flooded. The stock went from 90 cents to 7 cents, and I said it. They were going to get delisted from the exchange. They got the boot. What's the next thing? A reverse. What did they do? A 40-to-1 reverse. So all the shareholders that were owning that stock got wiped out. I posted it every day. That's the devil. That's what they do. They tried to do it to Fngr. It didn't work. We trapped them. They're trapped so bad in Fngr Motion, they don't know what to do. Because Fngr Motion has survived their attack and recently raised $5 million at $1.50. So Fngr Motion is now funded, doesn't need Wall Street on their back. The $3.3 million they diluted the company. I didn't like it, but it's really no harm. They have the money to build out their business now, and they're in the right form, in the right shape, in the right place. And right now, 250 million shares short is going to be a bloodbath. And I do believe this thing is going to have telephone numbers when it happens. And the only reason it's going to go super high is because most people in the stock are super educated. People who bought Fngr Motion, who are following us, understand the crime, and no one's rushing to buy it at $1.40 and sell it at $2.40. This isn't a trading stock, all right? This is an event stock that can change your life. And I told people, if you want to make sales to get your money off the table, be my guest, help yourself. This isn't lockdown securities. We're not telling everybody to hold hands and never sell. You can do what you like. But I just want to let you know that when you make that decision, and let's say you were holding the stock for a year or 2 years, and you run to get out because you're panicking, or you just, these things have a way, they do work. I sold GameStop at 118. I thought I was a hero. And then I wanted to go to 500, which I then figured out that I was a schmuck. And I sold it too soon. And that's what changed my pattern. We're saying, okay, if you're going to be involved in these things, when they do go, hey, get some money off the table, get your investment back. Slowly, so let's say I bought 10,000 shares at $1.40. I could sell 1,000 at 3, 1,000 at 7, 1,000 at 10, and all my money's off the table because I sell 3,000 at 7. It's 21,000, and I only put up 12,000. So I have all my money off the table, and I can stay longer on 7,000 shares. I can sell 1,000 at 20, 1,000 at 60, 1,000 at 80, and still have 4,000 left. That's the proper way to get out of these things. If you need to sell it because you need a car, don't hesitate, make your sale, do what you have to do. Life's too short. But again, Trump, Elon Musk, the Doge team, they're going to trample the SEC is what I'm hearing. And they're saying they're coming soon. So it's right on Twitter. Reposted it 1,000 times. I pointed out the criminals. I pointed out the stocks. I did everything I can. I've been told to send it to a certain spot, and I've been doing it. So what you see is only 20% of what I'm doing. All right? The right people have told me where to send it, and I have. All right? So you know what I'm doing. Any questions, William?
I wasn't looking at the questions.
I'm just asking.
Who's shorting Root?
Oh, I don't know who's short the stock.
And did you talk about Gbux, I guess, in terms of who was shorting that or why it's down 2 or 3 days?
I don't know who's shorting it. We know the market makers that they're using. They're using an old trick where they keep putting new market makers into the stock. These market makers have no money. They're just a front for the short seller.
They're not really market makers. They just have the ticker or the.
They have a ticker symbol and the license where they are allowed to make it short. So the hedge fund that's paying them the commission to do it, I do not know who that is. But if you cut the head off, which is the market maker like ASCM, and they get notified that they're doing something illegal, like number one, they should 100% know who their client is. Just like the guy from Morgan Stanley who's on Twitter every day, someone posted. Every day I worked at Morgan Stanley, I naked shorted every day.
Yeah, that guy.
The chubby guy, the guy from
Yeah,
Railtown.
I know who's. Yeah.
For his comments about he naked shorted every day, someone should be knocking on his door saying, who did you do it for? And what stocks did you naked short? Because that is a crime. He needed to know his clients. He didn't give a shit, and he got commission for it, right? Which is a criminal offense. But that's the attitude on Wall Street. Give me my commission. I don't give a fuck what you do, William. Just do whatever you like. That's what Wall Street's about. And that needs to come to an end. When you take the Series 7, you need to know your client. These guys know their clients. They know what they're doing, and they look the other way. They should be punished, and they should be exposed for doing it, and they should be fired from their jobs, all of them. Those are the people. So the brokers, the market makers, ASCM, VIRT, VERT, CSTI, PUMA, they're just sitting here at a desk. I call you up and say, hey, it's Tony Baloney. Do me a favor. Can you make a market for me? Sure. You're going to give me order flow? 100%. And the next day he starts selling stock, naked shorting it. I'm representing his order. And what do? I get paid a commission for doing it. Hey, buddy, you're not paying me $50 a ticket. I want $150 a ticket. So at the end of the day, if you do 10 sales, you're making yourself like $1,200, $1,300. That's what they're doing. So these guys are paying market makers to do their dirty work for them.
With Gbux, after you got off yesterday, a couple of these ignoramuses came on and said that you and me were buying the stock low and get these listeners here are the volume for our exit. So we bought it low and we're selling it to them. Do you think that's what's going on?
Oh, 100%.
So you must own a lot of stock.
I promise I will not sell one share of Gbux. How's that?
Well, you're going to sell it eventually. Comes down to price.
And for the morons that said that, William, I went on this call and I told everyone I bought it at 75 cents.
I know. I remember.
It didn't go 75 cents. Hold on a second. It didn't go 75 cents to $10 in 3 minutes.
No, it was
took
weeks.
a long time for it to go.
It was weeks.
It was weeks, and I told everybody that what I did.
Yeah.
So there was no hiding of fact. What the hell's burning down? Anyway, I told everybody what I did, and I had plenty of time to buy it, and that's just the way it is. You know, I'm not selling it. I told you I'm not selling it. I don't have a zillion shares in it. I got 12,000 shares. So it's not a major...
Even if you had, for all this effort you're putting in telling people, even if you had bought it at 75 cents, which you did, it runs up. Even if you were providing the exit volume for yourself by talking to people, which they're saying of me as well, what does 12 grand do to the stock? It doesn't stop the story. I mean,
listen, everyone is allowed to buy it and sell it.
Exactly.
I know many people that have texted me and said that they sold it and they're trading for free, and thank you very much. Yeah. I have had people who sold it and bought it back. I've had people who sold it and said thank you. It was the greatest trade I had in years. So I don't care what you do. I couldn't give a rat's ass what you do.
So I want to say something positive about these guys coming on, these cowardly criminals. I think it means the short is trapped, or a short, or many shorts.
All of a sudden, that when we spoke about finger motion, they attacked us on finger motion. Right. When we speak about GBUX, if you're not short the stock, or you have no interest in the stock, what are you wasting your time talking about it for? I don't talk about Apple Computer. I don't talk about this one. I don't talk about those things. I follow those names. There's stocks that I believe that are overvalued. I don't sit there and pound you on the head or I waste your time on it. Why would I bother? Once you're in a stock and you sell it, I have no interest. I move on. Okay? MLSS. Case in point, I bought it at 101. It went to 65 cents. It came back up. William said I was up a penny. I started to hold up. It went down, and then went to $1.30. Yesterday, someone contacted me on Twitter. MLSS is back to $1. What are you doing? I said I sold it a month ago. What do you want me to tell you? I told you when I did it. I told you I sold it. If you're not doing your homework and you miss a sale,
well, and maybe that's a good thing to explain. Certainly for myself, and I'm not Rockefeller, but if I'm talking about a stock, I usually let people know if I own it or don't. But I reserve the right to buy and sell it at any time.
Right, you don't have to listen to it. No one here. I certainly haven't dialed your phone number to call you up. No. William's not calling you up. You're calling to listen to us have a conversation about our opinions. Okay? My opinion is I believe that Gbux has these guys short 1.9 million shares, an average price of $3, and they're fraudulently short the stock, and the company just got $100 million. Now, I'm not an analyst, but when a small company gets $100 million, I don't know about you, but that's a tremendous event that just happened. Not a small event. That is a major event. Finger Motion, which I have the highest regard for, raised $5 billion. Anyone see the difference? Finger Motion, I think their businesses are mature. I think they're ready to explode. They got big partners, and they were only able to get $5 million from Wall Street down here because the stock has been manipulated lower, and the company was smart, take enough what they need and just do what they have to do. GameStop took advantage of the short squeeze, and what did they do to their shareholders? They sold 140 million shares to the shorts. A little different. GameStop took advantage of the short squeeze and sold as much as they can to raise as much money as possible. And now people are still looking for a short squeeze. And I keep trying to tell people, hey, I hope it happens for you. But I have to tell you, the company has raised a ton of money and they gave and covered the shorts. Wake up. That's who bought it. No one ever filed that they bought a share. No one ever said boo. For this company, GBUX, to get $100 million from an Abu Dhabi fund is a pretty big feat. And the only people that can make that introduction have to be people at a major brokerage firm. And the rumor's been Goldman Sachs is the one that's behind this thing. Are they the one introducing them? I don't know. For I know it's Morgan Stanley. I do not know.
So last week, GME was up $1, and people are projecting, some people here are projecting it'll be $30 next week. Is that something GME, is that something to get excited about and jump into?
GME, I told you every time.
Yeah.
Buy the dip, sell the rip. The shareholders are pushing this thing for years. The stock had it squeezed to 80. Wall Street is tired in the name. The retail people are not tired. They just want to keep talking it up. I have no interest in it. I would tell you, buy the dip, sell the rip. If you want to still play, you buy cheap calls and forget about it. And it gives you that opportunity every 3 days. You can buy it, stock down $1. When it rallies back up, you can sell it. Every 3 days, you can do that. Why wouldn't you take advantage of it? That's my opinion of it. If you guys think it's going to wherever the hell it's going, God bless you. Good luck.
Yeah, okay. Ocean Sailing is saying the DJT board approved something. I don't know what. But anyway, do you want to talk about DJT in terms of the shorts and the buy the dip, sell the rip?
Listen, I've seen the data of DJT, and the number's massive. The question is, on these big volume days, are they buying and selling it? Are they covering? I can't tell because it's like chaos. When a stock trades 40, 50 million shares, it's very difficult to tell you what they're doing. When a stock trades 50,000 shares like GBUX, you can 100% see the game plan and what they're doing. It sticks out like a sore thumb. I call it fraud in slow motion. It's very easy to see. So that's how I can spot it. Finger motion, they never cover. As a matter of fact, the short seller who's borrowing shares sold more at $1.10, $1.15. They pressed their bet on over 100,000 shares. So the naked shorts and the real short tried to pile on to break the stock. It didn't work. Now it's turned back up again. And I told you, I bought calls. I think the event is going to happen before March 19th. I could be wrong. I was wrong last time. But you know what? When I buy options, it gives me a chance to get bigger, faster, and for a little bit of money. And that's what I've done. I decided to get bigger, faster for small money. That's what I did. And I told you what calls I bought. I bought the March 2s at 5 cents and 10 cents. That's what I bought. I can't be more transparent than that. It's right there.
Well, I think I'm just asking these questions. I'm not trying to make you defensive. I actually think it means that particularly in Gbux, the shorts are trapped, and that's why they're here talking.
Oh, listen, the GBUX, these shorts are so trapped, so fast, they don't know, their heads are spinning. So right. I've been sending it to law enforcement, outlining, showing them the fraud in slow motion. And this is the lowest end of the fraud on Wall Street. This isn't high-level fraud. These guys are so obvious when you can see it, where, ASCM comes into the stock out of the blue, okay? Obviously, there's no retail firm behind this stock. So whose stock is ASCM selling at 300 shares every clip? sell 300, 200, 300, and they're trying to sell it lower, mark it down all the time. So obviously there's someone trapped here. That's a complete, if you can't see that, then you know nothing about short selling. Go watch GUBX, go get a level 2, and just watch the attacks. You pay $8 for it, they come in, sell 200 at $7.75. Then they try to sell it at $7.50. And they always come after the stock at $3.52. With 7 minutes to go is when the attacks begin. What are they trying to do? Mark it down. Why are they trying to mark it down? Because they have a margin problem. Very obvious. If you can't see it, I post it up there every day. You could go to barchart.com and do a one-day chart, and you can see all the big red bars, the red bars starting at 355, 354. You know, it was 4 minutes to go left in the day. All the sell orders come in then, trying to mark it down. Now, I don't know about you, but if I wanted to sell my stock, I'm not coming in at 4 minutes to closing and trying to sell 5,000 shares as low as I can, as fast as I can. That, my friends, is fraud. And that's why I post it. I'm trying to educate you. You don't have to play. I do not care. If you don't want the education, don't come on these calls. That's what this is about. And, you know, people say to me, well, you only talk about 2 stocks. I'm not in the business to be your broker. I'm talking about what I follow. We're not your brokers. We don't care.
Well, well, here's a question. Is Doge, I guess that might be who you're contacting, is Doge going to address GTII? And I suppose
no,
MMTLP.
GTII has got a deal. That deal's going to go forward. The guy, John Forrester, is a great guy. John Forrester just brought the ex-chairman of DJT on board. If you don't know, I spoke to John. I'm the one that directed John to go to GTII. John told me about the DJT guy, and the information flowing back from these contacts is that the shit's going to hit the fan. If this guy doesn't know Trump and those people, then no one will. That's just one of our sources. I have many sources like that now. That's just one of them. So when GTI is trading again, we have the document from the SEC and the DTC. Let it trade, and we'll talk about it. It's not trading. What would you like to talk about? It's like the Mona Lisa. We're just looking at a painting now. There's nothing to say. Let's see the deal come through.
Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. Did you buy March calls on Fngr?
Yes.
Trump Media and Technology Group plans to create a strategic acquisition fund with select investors and explore opportunities to partner, merge, and/or acquire other companies. I guess they'll have to do that away from the White House, because I'm sure Trump can't be aware of it.
Yeah, I can't follow that. That's it's over my head.
Barbara says hello to you.
Yes, Barbara. I always see your posting. Very nice. Thank you. That's Barbara L., correct?
Yes, and Donna says hi to Barbara. She doesn't say hi to you. No, that's not true. That's not true. What? I don't get it. You to sell black and white T-shirts, buy the dip, sell the rip. I don't get that one. I guess
everybody on Wall Street knows that game.
If the rules were to be enforced, how many stocks on the NASDAQ could run to the numbers?
You would see rockets all over the place. I just don't follow companies can have deals like K&W. I don't want to tell people I'm looking at a stock and it's walking into a naked short. Listen, if these guys have these agreements, it's very difficult to get around. You understand?
Yeah. 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 Um,
Yeah.
Oh, I have to ask, I have to remember that, John. He's asking me a question on gold and silver that it's somebody I read, and I can't remember it right now, but I'll think, this brain never forgets anything. It's just slow. It'll remember it 3 days later. I had a friend who I told a joke once. Her name was Isabel, and the joke was, is a bell necessary on a bicycle? My girlfriend said that to her. Is a bell necessary on a bicycle? Literally 5 years later, she called me up laughing. She finally got the joke. Anyway, I'm like that. I'm very slow.
I don't get the joke, but it's okay.
Is a bell necessary? Her name was Isabel. And my girlfriend was a Brit. She said, "Oh, Isabel necessary on a bicycle." It wasn't that funny of a joke anyway, but it took my friend, who happens to be a girl, half a decade to get it. I have that kind of a brain.
Yeah, you're too quick for us, William. You're too smart.
Too slow. Do you think
we're too slow?
Do you think the squeeze and Fngr will happen before DJT?
I know something. I think it could, only because I think Finger Motion has many events that are coming live right now. I think that the special dividend is right here for us. I think that I think Doge is going to make an impact here also. But I also think the company's got fundamental news. I think the company's financials are coming out. They got a Roth Capital report. There's so many things that can light it to make it happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. And NSA is this guy's handle. I personally think, and it's the first time I've actually said this in many months, I think Fngr is waking up. And I do think, as Ham said, there are events coming. And one of the ones that's just staring there is the fourth quarter and the annual report. Look, if they turn positive in earnings, I don't expect it to be more than 1 or 2 pennies a share, just like the losses were 1 or 2 or 3 cents a share over the last earnings. But what'll matter is what's in the guidance in the release about the contracts and about 2026, which is this year for them. And what Roth Capital's and analysts do with that information. Anyway, that's one of the things I think's really going to be exciting for Fngr. And we're on the verge of it. We're 45 days away from that. Well, maybe
just go watch
maybe
the
50.
video with the CEO and educate yourself on their partnerships. Their partnerships are not friendship partnerships. They're there to make money. So if this company is on the verge of turning these relationships into financial profits and revenue, it's coming. That's what it's been about for a long time. And the people we met, William, and when the company came and rang the bell, when they were listed on the NASDAQ, everyone that I spoke to, including myself, we believe the company's going to be $100 stock on its fundamentals. Forget the short squeeze. We weren't even talking about that. The shorts just made it better for all of us. They made it worse, and now it's going to be better.
It's going to be better as soon as I am able.
And for people that come out and say, well, the shorts never cover, I already said that 20 times already. I listed 100 stocks. that they cover. When the shorts cover, you'll know it when they're covering.
So after the Roth report, the dividend and the earnings are out, do you think Martin Shen will be able to do a handstand? Now, the question is, do you think he'll do a roadshow? Roadshows are quite yesterday's. They don't do them anymore because
that doesn't exist anymore.
There's no brokerage firms hire these so-called wealth advisors who sort of marshal your assets into managed accounts. That brokers don't buy stocks for their clients anymore. So roadshows are gone. But I do think Martin Shen, my opinion, Martin Shen is one of the hardest working CEOs out there. He's always at conferences. So I think he'll go to more and talk to institutions. That's my guess.
These conferences they're not really attended well by people anymore. The people just don't go.
No, in fact, the one at Atlantic City that I went, and Ham was there, I saw those slicksters that looked like John Gotti and dressed like John Gotti and walked like John Gotti and smoked cigars like Johnny. The Kramers, one of the Kramers, walking down the hallway like a lord of finance. All they are criminals.
A lord of finance. That's a good one.
Well, that's the image he was trying to do.
Well, that's the image. They walk around and they try to rope people into sign these deals, give you some quick cash, and they destroy your company. Lynn Partners on KNW did it for us in real time. I showed you. I spoke about it the day they signed it to the day they buried the company with them. They buried them. They finally threw the body in the ground the other day with a 40-1 reverse split.
So yesterday,
it was right.
Yesterday, when you were off the call, I brought up my concern on Gbux that the fact that they retired a $100,000 convertible note might be something I needed to research. I haven't done that research. Do you think that convertible note was potentially used as the basis for the short selling in the stock over the last many months? And the fact,
you know what, William, I'll just go with you on this. I think it could have been something these guys were shorting against, and now it's got paid off. The company got their money, so the company takes care of the debt. These guys are short against the note, and now they can't cover. Could it be that?
Yeah,
maybe?
that's so. As I think about it overnight, I actually think, look, it's possible that there's some prime brokers, if the lawyers for the shorts convince the prime brokers that we've checked all the boxes, maybe they're still taking orders on the shorts based on that convertible note. But it's bought back. It's got to be coming to an end. They signed an LOI to bring in $100 million. And I think, Ham, I don't know if I'm putting words in your mouth. I think you said last week on one of your calls that you've heard they might raise another $100 million.
I hear there's another $100 million coming.
So
I don't know what they're going to do, but a shareholder that I consider a gentleman like you, he understands it. He told me this company's a lot like
Grab. Okay.
And that's a $20 billion market cap company in Asia. So is it possible that's what they're doing? I don't know.
That just popped into my head. These shell companies and these stocks that get shorted, we're focused on the negativity. I am anyway.
Yeah, so listen, I'm tired of all these guys saying, oh, it's a piece of shit. Yeah. They're pump and dump, this, that, and the other thing. Yeah. You don't want to know something? DJT has been shit on by everybody on the street. Donald Trump's a piece of shit, this, that, and the other thing, right? Yeah. They shorted. I saw the numbers was 2 billion shares short. I cut it in half because I can't verify it.
2
But the
billion?
trading,
Wow.
yeah, 2 billion. And you say, where do you get these retarded numbers from? Okay. And the numbers come, remember, there's only 4 ways that you can buy and sell a stock. You can buy it, you can sell it short, and the 4th way is the sell short, naked short exemption. Okay, the market maker exemption. That is the gateway to the fraud. Okay, and you can see Goldman Sachs and all these people always seem to be mismarking their tickets. All right,
And they get fined nothing.
And they get fined nothing to do it. It's so funny.
And they never tell you which stocks they mismarked or which people they robbed from. It was inadvertent. A line of code was missing inadvertently.
So, William, back in the day when I worked on a big trading desk, every day the back office would come out and check and say, okay, who's this? Somebody marked the ticket wrong. Someone did this wrong. And they were checking it the next day. Here it is, Goldman Sachs, who has more money than anyone, all the money. And they can't figure out to do a system correctly. And if you ever see these guys when they get fined, they always say the same thing. Oh, it's a system error.
Yeah.
Our system wasn't proper. You know,
Yeah, it was
the
the
best
system.
technology, the money in the world. They have it all. And all they do is commit fraud. All
It's
they
a
do.
system error.
It's a system error.
So anyway, I will point out as it relates to Gbux grab, maybe Ocean Sailing's point about DJT. I think these shells, these public, there's nobody taking companies public anymore. So there is value. Oh, like a GTII. There is value to the shell. And if you have a strategy and can raise money and put it in, there is a viable path forward for these companies. Anyway, that's just something.
William, every CEO that goes public, their stocks all go down because they all have a failed business plan.
Right.
They all have a failed business plan. No matter what they do.
1,000 of them. Every year they delist thousands of companies because all these CEOs who've dedicated 10 years of their life to their intelligence, their specialized knowledge, they've gone to Wharton, they all have bad plans. And the shills that come on here with fake names and say that I'm a pump and dump, they have the best thing in mind for America's markets, which is to sell stock into oblivion by creating stock out of thin air. And in return for that favor, they'll take all the profits to themselves. Thank you very much.
Listen, I would love to be on that side. It's so easy. Everybody's a scam. Everybody's this. Everybody's that.
It would work for you. You wouldn't have to do any studying or reading or anything.
Everybody's a criminal. The short sellers are always right. They're always right because they're selling counterfeit shares. People, the U.S. government is in a panic over counterfeit $100 bills. I put it up before. They caught some guy with passing 5 fake $100 bills. They caught him, arrested him, and he faces 10 to 20 years in jail for $500. Jeff Easton has stolen probably $20 million just from K&W. And no one says anything about it.
I can't do it. Let's keep moving. So Donna has 75 shares of Gbux for free. So she did her selling. Isn't that amazing? That's pretty amazing.
Donna, did you learn that here from a scam artist, or did you learn it someplace else?
She learned it from you. She learned it from you.
And Donna, thank you very much. I'm glad you did it. It's so nice to have a position sometimes when you don't have any money at risk. So let's say the stock pulls back, Donna. You can always step back in and you can buy it back what you sold, right? And you can say, wow, Now I own 150 shares. I'm just making these numbers up. And now I own 150 shares, basically taking away my profit. Maybe I own it at $1 now. And it pops back up to 10, you could sell it again. I'm just saying that's professional trading. And that's what I tried to teach you guys. The GameStop crowd is buy, hold, diamond hands. If you're upside down $2 or $3, don't worry about it. Roaring Kitty will put a picture up and teach you to hold on. That's not what this is about.
So I don't get a level 2. I don't know if you do, but apparently Gbux, this guy's having a hard time seeing a level 2 order book for Gbux. They just show the look. I think Gbux really didn't have a lot of volume before the recent troubles for the shorts. I don't know. I don't know where to tell you to find level 2.
Well, you got to pay for the service. You have to pay for the service to get the over-the-counter market rate. You don't need to have it. It's fun to look at. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a learning tool. Do I think you need to go spend money to do that? No. I believe that these market makers eventually they're going to get shut down. Everyone knows they're the gatekeepers. The web bushes. These guys give. Webbush allows people to use their license. I can repost Tom Ronk, who did a great story about how they lend out their licenses. They lease them out to everyone. So I have the license to Naked Short as Webbush as a market maker. He may have 300 clients paying him $20,000 a month. Okay, so they get to Naked Short using their license. That's all that's going on. There's no more great shakes than that. That's it.
Wow, I didn't know this. Did you know this? Nick is saying that Trump signed an executive order that I knew he did it with the Kennedy Center, but I don't know. It says that FINRA and SEC are under Trump's management now.
That's correct. I saw that the other day, and I'm trying to tell people.
Oh my gosh, that's an earthquake. I feel the
people are not paying attention to it.
I didn't know that.
People are not paying attention to it. I'm telling you, the day he speaks and he says naked short sellers are going to jail, you won't even have a chance to buy any of these names. They're going to triple, quadruple in seconds. Because the selling, there won't be any, like for example, Fngr Motion can open up at $1.39 bid and the offer could be $15. There'll be no selling. That's what's going to happen here. These stocks are just going to gap open because the short sellers know they're going to face jail time now. Ocean Sailing missed Gbux. Don't know what to do about it. Again, I tell everybody, if you think you missed something, just buy one share. That's all you need to do. And you're involved. Ocean Sailing, I actually knew all about it. Ham called me. He talked about it. He bought it. I didn't do anything. And I could have put $800 up, and maybe I could have. And I could have bought 1,000 shares, but I didn't. I waited until the stock was $8 to buy a little bit more, to buy 200 shares, which in my IRA. So I missed it. But you know what? I'm still trying to play for that 200 shares because I really do think it's in the middle of a squeeze. And I think it could go to $80. I don't know if it will. That's not a promise. But if it goes to 40, I'll sell it and I'll buy Fngr or I'll buy something else. That's exactly right. Plus, it adds interest. Ocean, I learned more. I knew this guy that was a specialist on the American Stock Exchange, but he used to be a longshoreman, and he was this great guy. He's a big guy. His arms were bigger than my thighs because he used to catch bags as they were thrown. And anyway, he and his brother bought seats on the American Stock Exchange, but he would get
one at least, and sometimes two limousines to take him everywhere in the city because he was so big, he couldn't walk anywhere. But my lawyer asked him, well, how do you choose a stock to invest in? How do you know so much about these stocks? And he said, I don't know. I have an instinct, or somebody tells me about the stock. But he admitted he learns more about the stock after he buys it than he ever does beforehand. I'm that way.
Ace said the same thing. Ace said the same thing to me on his call. And he's not a stock trader, okay?
Yeah.
And he said it to me. Ever since he started to get involved in names and follow them financially, he's learned to play a lot better. Hey, just think of it this way. Everyone watches a basketball game, and we see these guys shoot three-point plays all the time. You know, a three-point play is a longer distance, a harder shot, and a lot of people miss them all the time. So playing it short by nickel and diming them, getting the 2 points sometimes is more impressive than getting the 3 points.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're trying to do, but go ahead.
I'm just going through old ones and trying to, you know, this guy's asking about gold and silver. You don't want to talk about that.
The only reason I don't talk about gold and silver is I have no idea anything about it.
Well, and you know, that's one of the advantages I see in silver. I think it's going to be one of the biggest short squeezes out there, and you don't have to rely on a CEO's decision making or the board or the lawyers.
It's a commodity.
It's just a commodity. But they shorted that for decades, 2 decades at least. Should you buy, Benjamin wants to know, should I buy Gbux or Fngr? I think that's not enough information. If you already own one, maybe you buy the other. If you don't own either, look, I think Gbux is a short fuse, like next week. I don't see it lasting much longer. We'll hear what Ham says. But Fngr, I also think could move pretty quickly. But I think Fngr might be 6 weeks, or it might be 4 weeks, or 3 weeks.
Yeah, listen, I can't. You know, there's no which one goes first. You know, I'm not a believer in that. I'm patient enough to wait for whatever's going to happen. But I do think that one that looks like it's just bubbling is this Gbux right now. It just looks like it's bubbling, ready to go. That's how it looks to me. There's not much more I can say about that. You know, just watch the trading. In 5 minutes, you'll say, boy, is this thing a live wire? That's what you're going to say. That's what I see happening.
I want my MMTLP money. Well,
I know that's you know what? For the people that do own MMTLP, I don't know how that's going to play out. But the one thing, if anyone does negotiate with you, you need to take in account the time, the lost value of money by sitting here and not having your money able to do other things. And if you go back in time, I told everybody 1,000 times, hey, man, jot down trades because you have the right that you could have said, hey, I could have bought, I wanted to buy IBM at 80, went to 120. If you jotted it down, everybody would have no court. You can actually see that the money you could have made, the lost opportunity. Do you understand, William?
Yeah, of course.
People have lost their opportunities and all kinds of things.
Well, this gentleman he originally invested in Torchlight. And let me make 2 comments about that. Torchlight is a perfect example of how this criminal enterprise ran wild and destroyed investors from angel round to higher up investors, and destroyed careers, and destroyed an entire company's concept, which is oil and that's my second point. It's America's energy, that beautiful gold, black gold under our feet that Donald Trump talks about. The criminals destroyed that company, which was an extension of, well, the theory is an extension, an analog of the Permian Basin.
Well, listen,
How's that right?
I knew John Berner in Torchlight.
Yeah.
I remember the stock being $1 or $2. I can't remember.
I remember
and
it. I invested.
Then it took off. Everybody I knew was in it. They played it. It took off and went to whatever, 12, 13. They raised all kinds of money, whatever. And I said, congratulations to John. And then a couple of years later, it turns into MMTLP. And I'm like, what the hell is this thing? You know? And it turns out that, you know, John was still involved and he had nothing to do with it. You know, I reached out to him. I said, John, what the hell is this thing? And he said, I have nothing to do with it. And that's exactly what happened. It's
the criminals. And
yeah,
and it's their manipulation. Nobody cares. Maybe. I really love this. I didn't know this, that Trump actually has put it under his auspices. That is literally an earthquake to the financial system.
I said it every day, and I read that. And I said, "This is over with." I've been told every day.
I personally think Donald Trump is a highly intelligent man, but you don't have to be intelligent to get this crime. This crime is done. It's enacted by simpletons. They're idiots. They're basically turned their brain off. All they do is sell stock that doesn't exist. Then they have to pay off lawyers, pay off bankers, pay off co-conspirators. They just pay off Congress. They just pay everybody off. It's not a hard crime. So Trump's not going to, Trump might be interested in this examination for about, I would guess it'll take him 3 hours to figure it out. And then he'll get it. And he'll see the solution. And he'll fix it. It's not complicated. Settle the trades. That's it. Settle the trades. It's the answer. Settle the trades.
Well, they understand it. Devin Nunes 100% understands what's going on. 100%. They all know what's going on. So it's just a matter when
it's going to be an asteroid hitting the U.S. financial market.
That's exactly what it is. I keep trying to tell you. I say it every day. If you don't see it as clear as I do, then you need to sell your stock and go do something else.
We have to start a brokerage firm called Rocky and Brutus, is it? Rocky and Bronte? I don't know the other dog's name.
They're following me around. I'm walking around. You got to make sure they're always underneath your feet. You got to be careful.
No.
Rocky and Bo.
Rocky.
But my daughter named him Bo, and she wants.
Do you pick them up all the time?
They sit on as soon as they sit on the couch, they want to
be
picked up. Do you play
with their paws and pick up their hind paws and play with their snouts?
And they scratch me and bite me all day long. I have 85 different scrapes on me. And it is what it is. But listen, having a pet that you can, spend time with, they truly, they're your best friend. I mean, it's just unbelievable when you come in the house. No matter what you do, they come to you. You have a horrible day. They're here smiling, barking, want to play with you, and it's just great.
I will just quickly acknowledge, I don't want to talk about myself, but I've been really sad the last 2 weeks about my dog. I miss him all the time.
So
But
yeah, I'm gonna give everybody this story.
but I'm glad that I had him, you know, at least.
Uh,
Anyway, go on. What's your story?
So my dog passed, and we came
Yeah.
home, and I got the puppies,
Yeah.
and I brought the puppies home, and I have them home the first day, and my family comes in, everyone's all of a sudden got a smile, all playing with the puppies. The doorbell rings, it's Federal Express. I go outside.
Oh, the ashes.
He's got the ashes. I'm like, do me a favor, take it around the side of the house and put it in the garage. I cannot bring this in the house now.
It's
We
too
just
tough.
got over this, and I brought it out at the right time. I just couldn't. I didn't want to do it the first day. I'm like, oh goodness, are you kidding me? And getting the ashes is heartbreaking. It starts over again, and they give you the imprint of the paw, which I didn't expect. I didn't
Oh.
when you get that service, you don't know anything about what it is.
I just think of how tolerant he was of me. He let me come home late. He never complained. He never was mad. He was just always moving forward, always a good boy.
Yeah, listen, people, we like to talk about our pets because we're pet people. There's nothing I can say. That's who we are. So let's finish up with this crazy talk. I'll be as firm as I can possibly be with everybody. Again, you make your own decisions. I'm telling you what I see. I've been doing this 25 years. All right? 25 years I've been waiting for this moment. I thought Pat Byrne would be our leader. Pat Byrne, unfortunately, is, dealing with his cancer issues again. So it's unfortunate, but he would have been the perfect guy. And I would have to assume Pat Byrne is definitely helping behind the scenes. I really believe that. So again, we have the richest man in the world. We have the most powerful person in the world versus the stooges that come on here and protect the criminals that talk shit. And the Lynn Partners, the Kramers, all these little thugs, Hal Mintz, all these guys. And you're telling me they're going to win? Good luck. There's not a prayer.
So Zach is asking you, I guess he owns DJT, he owns Fngr, he owns Gbux, he owns ZJYL. Is there anything else to buy before
I really, again,
the
you can
whip
throw a
comes
dart.
down?
Zach, you can throw a dart. You got to be careful. Don't be running into MULN.
I tell you what, I don't think I'd want to own any banks or brokerage firms. You might want to buy puts on those.
Yeah, I think that VIRT is a zero. I don't know where it closed.
Which one? Which one?
Victor Indian Robert Tom. VIRT. Vert. The guy with that Doug, whatever his name is. The guy, the Polish assassin always fights with them. I don't know who he is. Doug. From Virtue, it's Virtue. The company is a market maker that just naked shorts orders. Ken Griffin is not public. If he was public and he had a stock, you could short that because he's going to take a beating also.
Yeah.
All right. I think Ken Griffin is going to be given a slap in the face, but his business of market making is going to go away. Ken Griffin just paid $900 million, I believe, for option order flow. Okay, they are not going to pay anybody anything.
He could have afforded Juan Soto.
They're not going to pay anyone for order flow anymore, because if you can't steal, why would you pay for order flow?
Exactly.
No one. That's why every brokerage firm shut down, because order flow. You need to be on the right side of the order flow. You have no idea where a stock is going in. You have no idea what's going on. So that's why everybody who had a market maker unit or trading desk shut it down, because it's too risky. One day you can win. You can have 50 winning days in a row, having 5 guys on a trading desk trading for you. We made 20 million in 50 days. The 60th day, you got short something and it blows up and you lose it all. So here it is, a firm has these guys, they've up $20 million, and these guys come in, they lose 50. No one gets paid, the firm takes a hit, everyone's in trouble. That's why they shut them all down. It's too risky.
So's beer on whiskey. I guess
That's
you
why
never drank.
everybody shut down their trading firms because of that. Because these guys do this, you get your ass kicked.
Oh, it's Doug Sifu? Doug Sifu?
Yeah, that's his name, yeah.
Michelle said that.
I know someone that knows his brother. Okay? They work with his brother in New York, and they said the guy's a shithead. The brother said he's a shithead. That's what the brother said. They said he's a cheap bastard. And when COVID came around, and he just went and hid, and he was deathly afraid. He did nothing. I mean, he said the brother said he's a bum.
I don't know why you would waste your life that way, but I guess some people do.
What are you doing? I said, listen, this is how these people operate. They think they're God's gift to the planet. He became a brokerage, a market maker. VIRT is a market maker. They've been around 100 years, these guys. He goes public as VIRT, and he has $1 billion company. Look at Robinhood. He's worth billions of dollars now. Hood. He has no business. He has your account. That's it. And the stock is 50. The only reason he's 50 is because Wall Street, he covered for Wall Street during the financial mess on GameStop. So they said, okay, listen, you go and lie for everybody for us, protect us, and we will make you a billionaire. That's what he did. I would have taken that job, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you do? Just go up and lie in front of Congress. What if I get caught? Don't worry about it. No one's going to hurt you. That's exactly what he did. He went out there and lied. He lied, cheated, stole. No big deal. Every investor that opened an account there that was long GameStop got screwed.
Well, I don't want to give credit to your mother, but I will. She would ask you, how do you make a living? I don't understand. Imagine what this guy, Sifu, or whatever his name, Shitu, is going to come at the end of his life, and he's going to say, what did I do with my life? I just cheated, robbed. I was a miser. I was greedy. I mean, what a waste of a life.
All he's going to have to say on his way out is, what did you do? I took the business model that no one wanted on Wall Street, and thanks to Ken Griffin, where I was able to turn it into a financial windfall just by stealing.
Ken Griffin, I read that book. I'm sure you did too. Michael Lewis's book about, I think it's called Flash Boys. All Ken Griffin did, I think he went to Harvard, I think it was. But he started trading in his dorm room. And right. I don't think he graduated. He might have. But he just started conniving from his late teens. And that's all he's done since.
Listen, I met a high-frequency trader. I was with a high-frequency trader one time. And he was talking about how they were setting up the like a microwave, to get the information closer to the exchange. The closer to the exchange.
That's what they talk about Ken Griffin doing that. They would put these light towers, light in the terms of data. They'd put them up and he would fight. And then he got in a battle. He would get a tower up closer to the exchange.
That's all it was.
By 60 feet. And he could cheat. He could front run trades.
That's what the guy...
Which is illegal.
I forget the name of the firm this guy left. Maybe it's Susquehanna back in the day. I can't remember. But he was suing them for like $30 million, because they wanted it. They didn't...
Sorry? Hello?
William, I'll be right there.
All right. What happened? Something happened. Michelle, I will eventually go get a new guy, but I don't feel ready. And also, I want to make sure that whatever God has lined up for me, I don't want to be traveling and alone. So if there's one more person or more people in my life so I can get a dog and then travel and my dog's okay, great. If not, maybe I'll wait until I get a place to live and I don't leave it. Anyway, I don't, but I miss him a lot, particularly like last night. I went, or sorry, 2 nights ago, I went out by myself. It was great. There's a place here but anyway, I just did it because I couldn't be at home alone without my dog. Anyway, go on, you're back. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Anyway, I forgot what that we're talking about. But anyway, these guys, these high frequency traders, they're just a bunch of knuckleheads that are just stealing money. That's all it is. I don't know what we need. I don't know what we need pre-market trading for.
They also put in place, Bernie Sanders had the idea of taxing the high frequency trading, but ignore that. They put in place that 60% of those trades are taxed at long-term capital gains.
Yeah, they gave them every advantage they can.
And then they need the high frequency trading. They need the F3 button on stocks like Gbux that used to trade by appointment.
Right.
What, you can't find your certificate? You've got 5 weeks before the stock trades 20,000 shares. Take your time. But instead they want it because they're just cheating. They're just cheating.
All the rules is slanted. They're slanted. We're trying to get it fair. Everything that you're talking about here will be brought up. Pat Byrne is an expert on these little nooks and cranny, all these things that could help people. This is what Pat Byrne is great at. Pat Byrne, his father owned Geico. He comes from a very wealthy family, and he has the money to play the game. That's what Pat Byrne is the best thing about. I didn't come from that. Okay, I can't afford to do that. Pat Byrne had people that were very sophisticated people helping him out. Go read Deep Capture. You can see he had Mark Mitchell. He was a former Wall Street Journal reporter helping him out. He's had other people, Judd Bagley, helping him out. Go look at his videos. These guys put time, effort, a lot of money into researching everything about this chart. And that's what Pat Byrne does.
If you had $10,000 right now, would you lend it to me? No. Would you buy Fngr as a stock or as calls?
Well, I would buy
the stock. It's so cheap.
Listen, the stock is an option that doesn't expire, okay? But you can do it this way. You can buy, let's say you got enough money to buy 7,000 shares now, right? You buy 7,000 shares. The stock runs up 20 cents. You could sell the stock, make 20 cents, right? You sell your 7,000 shares, you make 20 cents. Take the profit and buy options with the profit you did and never look at it again until the options expire. Because the event in finger motion is going to be a lightning event. It's not going to be up, down, back, forward. It's so massive. It's going to be a lightning round. It's going to be like a lightning bolt. Boom. That's what it's going to be. So buying options that we think are cheap and are out of the money are going to be explosive. In GBUX, that could be up 20, down 10, up 30, like root. It could be that type of pattern. Finger motion is not going to have that pattern. Once these guys break, it's gone. That's the difference. Gbux is going to break. It's going to go 20, pull back 3, go back 10. It's going to be that type of pattern like root, up and down. But the trend is always going to be higher. The trend will always be higher in that stock. Finger motion, it's going to go. The Kramers, or not Kramers, the Lynn Partners is going to faint. They're going to get called in. It's going to go 2 to 200, like that. And then 200 to 500, and 500 to 800. Like, that's what I see in finger motion.
So, Jim, what do you think of the March and April $3 calls or $4 calls?
It is the same thing. I agree with those two. Any option that you could buy a nickel. See, the SEC goes after option players because they know option players are the biggest winners. So if I bought 2,000 calls and finger motion got taken over on Monday, guess who's going to get investigated? Me. That's what they look for. They look for people who got inside information, and that's what options do. People go into options because that's where you make the biggest money. I watched people back in the day. I watched the guy buy 500,000 shares of a stock. I'll just mention it was Cumming Engine. CUM was the symbol. I executed the order. I think it was like $70 a stock, or 53, something like that. And the next day it was up $15. 100%, the fund manager that I knew who bought it definitely had the scoop on it. There's not even a question. Never traded the stock, never did anything, and all of a sudden, that was the stock that he was playing. So obviously, they had the inside scoop. Did anyone investigate him? Nope. If he bought calls, all right, 100%, they would have got busted. 100%.
I'm looking for new questions. Gbux, could $20, could $85 happen?
Yes. Listen, we started this thing as a play, nothing more. I said, I think based on the trading I saw in the beginning, I calculated the days, and I thought it was around 500,000 shares short. I reached out to my friend, give me the data going back a little bit further, back and forth. He come back and said it was 1.2 million at $1. I posted the data on Twitter. I did it. I got scolded for it, but I posted it. Since that point, I've been adding it every day. Every day I get the data. I'm not allowed to post it. And I show it. I send it to people and they can see it. The average price is going up because they've been selling stock higher. But they sold so many shares below that it's going to take a lot of shares to sell up high to bring that average up to here, to get it reversed. The difference between DJT, Fngr, and GBUX is that Fngr and DJT, their average price on all the short sales are higher. Finger motion, it's about 380, maybe 365, 375. DJT, it was 44, something like that. The stock is 29, 44. Finger motion's $1.40. I said 380. Those are the short squeeze trigger or average price on all the short sales, not just last week, all of them. GameStop, that average price was $18 to $20. I was reporting it at $3.75 a short squeeze. It took $16 to get into the black, where the shorts were going to the red, excuse me. That's how high it was the opposite way. GBUX is the only one that's the opposite way. The only one. And what do you mean the opposite way? All the shares they sold short is now 3. 1.9 million at 3. The stock is 7.5. They're down $4.50. It was higher. It was $5, $6. They're in the red already. It's in the short squeeze protocol right now. That's why I write short squeeze alert, because it is in the short squeeze protocol already because of those numbers. They're short all the stock at 3 and the stock's, let's say, 8. They're down $5 times 2 million shares. It's $10 million. They are out. That is the short squeeze. It can lift and go to the moon at any second because of that number. Finger motion has some more work to do to get above that number. DJT has a lot of work to do to get above that number. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I'm just showing you it's going to take work to get it above it.
Can the short sellers buy call options to cover their position? Not, obviously not in Gbux, but did I hang up on you?
I'm here. I'm sorry.
The question was, can the short sellers buy call options to cover or protect their position?
Sure. Who's going to sell them the calls?
Good point.
I don't know anybody selling calls. Who's selling calls? Right? Who's selling calls?
Okay. Is there anything new on ZJYO?
When I hear it, I'll let you know.
Okay. Of DJT, Fngr, and Gbux, how much upside, how much meat on the bone? I guess how much upside in those? I don't know if I've turned you off or hung you up.
No, I'm here. My son's asking me questions, and I can't answer both at the same time.
Oh, that's all right. It's good. We're all right. Go ahead and talk to your son. We can wait.
Okay, give me a couple minutes, all right?
Jeff, I don't know how to use direct messages. I just don't know how to do it. And I haven't. I'm sure I could watch a video, but I've never done it. So I'm sorry. I don't know how to answer DMs. I didn't know what DM meant. It reminded me of a BM. Ken Griffin is going to buy Spirit Airlines. I didn't know that. That's an interesting point. The level 2 is just spoofing. That's interesting. I bought Gbux, but I wish I bought more. I wish I had purchased it. And that's the one thing, there's lessons to learn. I wish I had bought 1,000 shares. I know it's not a lot of Gbux at 75 cents. Right now, I'd be feeling great, and I would feel power and flexibility. I'd have choices, but I didn't, and I came late. That's what I'm really telling you about silver. I really am telling you. I'm trying to ring the bell about that. You can
listen. That's what William. I just heard you on silver. Yeah. Listen, if you feel, I'm not a commodity guy, but I know people that do play commodities. And you know what, William? I actually do. People talk about gold and silver a lot. I just don't. That's not my thing. So
no, I know, and I'm not trying to distract from it. It's
no. It is what it is.
I just think, for example, with using Gbux, just how much I could have bought if I had acted when nobody wanted it. That's all.
Again, I'm a firm believer in buying them when they're doing nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. or buy the dip, sell the rip. GBUX, the short sellers are so desperate and in such a panic to move it down that if you just go look at the trading, that's my wife. Hold on one second.
These people. I'll ask him that question. What do I think about holo? I don't know anything about holo. Hold on, look out. Is that what it stands for? Which one first, Gbux or Fngr? I don't know, of course, but if Ham's right, and if my gut instinct's correct, Gbux will move before Fngr. I think by definition, Gbux has to go in the next week or two. I could be wrong. It could take longer.
William, Gbux looks like it wants to go only because it's in a short squeeze protocol already.
That's what I think, exactly. And who's going to extend these bastards more
Nobody.
credit?
If someone was extending them credit or helping them out, everyone, okay, they would have let it go a lot higher. Do you understand that?
Right.
The attack, the blatant attack when it was 10 to try to attack and knock it down, okay, is they're telling you they're in trouble. That's the sign they're in trouble.
Right.
Push it down. Finger motion. What has the trend always been? Push it down, push it down, push it down. That's
My friend?
the trend. That's the trend. The trend is your friend, right? So that's what they were doing. And the only reason they're selling it down is for margin purposes. That's it. There's no other reason to sell it down. They're not looking to get less money. They're not that stupid, right?
But I
push it down.
I think if I'm right on Gbux, if I'm reading it correctly, and I could be reading it wrong, the whip's going to come down on them. They're going to buy in this stock. And I don't think that's in 3 weeks. I'm not even sure it's in 2 weeks. I'm not sure it's in 2 days. I think it could be Monday or Tuesday. I could be wrong, though. I mean,
listen, the attack, the attacks they've been doing are so aggressive. Is for one reason: margin. Someone's watching them. The margin police are on these characters.
Right.
That's the only reason they're attacking it. The margin police are all over them. There's your answer. And it's very obvious to see it.
Did we already ask him about an update on ZJYL? Yes, he'll let you know when he knows.
My friends own it. I don't know. Again, GDC, the update on that was we owned it. It ran to 12. I screamed at everybody to sell it. Professional people were buying the dips. That's professionals. I told you that. Easy money was made. The hard money is buying the dip and waiting.
Would you buy Leaps on Fngr? I didn't know there were any. I'd just buy the stock. Why buy the
I don't know. I never heard of a Leap on Fngr.
I mean, I haven't traded Leaps in
the stock
2 decades. I didn't know they existed.
The stock is an option. The company's giving you
a January 2016?
Oh, the calls?
What are you talking about? You mean 2026? I guess, but that's just a year. That's not a leap.
So people, the reason there is an option that far out is the short sellers need to make, all they have to do is open the market makers, okay, or the short sellers here, in this case. They go to the exchange and they want, the company can't demand options be trading or stop trading. It's the market makers that are doing it. So what they do is they go out. If you look at all these stocks that are $1, $2, there's no real volume in options in these names. They open a new option strike. Let's say it's January 2026. They put up a bunch of trades, okay? And now those options have to stay alive until that point. Do you understand? The options have to stay alive to that point. And what they'll do is, as 2026 approaches, they'll put up options 2027.
Yeah. You have an urgent question. Ken Griffin is buying Spirit Airlines. What do you think about that?
I know nothing about. I don't know. Listen, he runs a fund also, so I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea. Ken Griffin is also buying shares of GameStop. What do I think about that? I think that Ken Griffin, I know that Morgan Stanley was doing it in Overstock, where they were buying shares of Overstock, and Morgan Stanley did it, and they were buying shares in Overstock, and what were they doing? Lending it out.
Well, maybe he's buying the company so he can issue with the short sellers shares.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm sure it's not in the best interest of the people of Spirit Airlines.
Oh, I'm sure that's true. What service do you use for free real-time stock prices?
Yeah, just listen. My friend buys it for me. I'm piggybacking his service. I don't know what he pays for it. He's a professional trader. He's probably spending $3,000 a month. So I'm using a professional system. So okay. I really can't.
Do you know a free place to get quotes?
Do you want to? That gives you the market makers.
I guess.
Is that what you're looking for?
No, he just wants free real-time stock prices.
Free real-time quotes, freerealtime.com. I believe they're still around.
Yeah, they are.
You can go in there. You can get time and sales. That's where I get time and sales from, right there.
You can go to OTC Markets and get the last 5 time and sales.
Yeah,
or
that's
last 7
like
or something. Yeah. KYP says, get your racket. Stop your racket. Get your racket.
Thank you. Hold on a second. I need a call. I got a call. Hold on.
Lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. If it gets bought in, the one thing is, the last 2 days they've sold it back, so it brings in the doubt. Can they sell it down? It is risky, but if it gets bought in, you're exactly right. I think there's a huge move. He hung up on me. He'll call back. I'll ask this question about the shorts being broke, but remember, they just have to find a market maker that doesn't exist. They just sell stock that doesn't exist. It doesn't require any money. If you sell 10,000 shares of Gbux at $8 and the margin requirement is $5, you don't need any money. You just need permission from that market maker, and there's some lawyer somewhere that used the $100,000 convertible note as the entree to a prime broker saying, we filled this out correctly, give my client permission to trade, and it happens. And then no one looks at it again. It's all in the computers. So it doesn't cost money to steal. It really doesn't. Now, if there's a requirement that they need to put up $20 when they're selling the stock for $8, they're not going to sell the stock. So anyway, that's the one thing that concerns me about the $100,000 convertible note. Just if you think about Fngr took a convertible note from Jeff Lind. They had to hire Wes Christian to buy it back. They got rid of it, but it didn't stop the short selling. Why didn't it stop it? Because it's a lot like, I guess it's a lot like an avalanche. You can't put the snow back up the mountain. If you believe the numbers, I saw it on FINRA reported numbers for 10 days, there was just a cascade, an avalanche of sell orders of stock that didn't exist in Fngr motion. And once there's that much stock sold, it's like that commercial, help me, I can't get up, I've fallen down, I can't get up. How do you get those shares back up in the face of selling? And that there's so much money on the line that the bad guys keep selling. They've already got the relationships probably with multiple prime brokers using that same document, whatever it is, that says we have the convertible note, which is illegal anyway. But that's why I think they use an attorney to write an opinion letter or something, because it is illegal to sell stock that you're going to get in 6 months. But somehow they allied that and they get approval to trade on these prime brokerage systems. I think it's because there's just so much money. Everybody looks the other way. Or maybe they write that they're borrowing the shares. Until then, whatever it is, as soon as they get the approval, they abuse it. I think they do it at multiple prime brokers. So in the case of Fngr motion, even though West Christian finally got Lind Partners to accept the buyback and paying the penalties and paying the interest of the entire kit caboodle of the convertible note, the short selling continued. And I think there's a momentum to it. There's a commitment to it. There's a corruption to it. There's a lot of money in it already. And so anyway, maybe that $100,000 convertible note for Gbux might represent a little bit of a threat to us. I think one clear difference, Michael, is that if you believe the LOI, and we can always question everything. I try to. But the fact is they signed an LOI out of Abu Dhabi for $100 million. Is it going to go through? Are they going to proceed after due diligence? I guess there's a risk they won't. But one would think the reason that their attorneys even allowed that announcement to go out is that the due diligence has already occurred. One would think. So one difference in Gbux versus what happened to Fngr motion 2 years ago is that they've raised $100 million. So they're not going to go to Jeff Lind to raise money. And there's no doubt about that. The criminals knew that Jeremy Frommer when Jeremy Frommer put out, to me, at a minimum, an ill-advised press release saying that CRTD had done an extensive study of their stock trading and they could find no evidence that Lind Partners or Lind Partners clients, I'm paraphrasing, or in fact, they may have done a blanket statement that there's no naked short selling going on. I'm paraphrasing, look it up, whatever it said, it said. I think it was clear to the criminals that Jeremy Frommer was going to go back and do more business with Jeffrey Lind. And sure enough, he did. And he did a 1 for 500 stock split, reverse, 1 for 500 reverse split. And look what happened look what they've done to my song, Ma. It was the only thing I did half right, and now it's come out wrong, Ma. Look what they've done to my song. Look what they did to his stock price. But he didn't believe it. There was no evidence. Evidence, schmedevins. Or maybe you need to look at, I think it was not legal advice that told me, I forget, but circumstantial evidence is evidence too. And maybe he needs to expand his definition of evidence. Yeah, I got wiped out in CRTD, but how many times can you get wiped out? You know, I had my heart broken several times in my lifetime. How many times can your heart get broken? I don't know. Is there an answer to that question? You 10x'd on GDC, that's awesome. The other thing that's awesome is you took your profit. I think one of the lessons I've learned, I hope, because remember, as much as you talk about it, that's 5% of your brain that's rational, or some number like that. The rest of it's subconscious. It's your relationship with your mother. It's your relationship with money. It's whether they used real, cotton diapers or fake diapers when you were a baby, or it's all these complicated things. And then on top of that, there's the emotions of making money, losing money. It all goes out the window once the stocks start trading. But I hope I've learned the lesson that, as I look back on it over the last particularly 3 years, maybe 4 years, every time these stocks ran up, and they all had a run up, take your profit, take half your profit, take a third of your profit. Don't, that pigs get slaughtered statement, you're waiting for the one that's going to be the whole enchilada. Have I mixed enough metaphors? Will DJT pop to 100? I don't know that answer, but I personally am intrigued by DJT. I don't own any. To hear Ham say that there might be 2 billion shares short, that's pretty powerful. If there's only 500 million, that's powerful. Also, simultaneously, in a different ticker, X, apparently X is now worth $44 billion, according to Elon Musk. And according to Prince Walid bin Talal, it's worth double that. I read in the paper. I don't speak to the Honorable Prince. Well, what's DJT worth? I don't know. Something. And anyway, I'm interested in that. This question, middle ground, has been asked several times of Ham. And he was interested the first time it was brought to his attention because it was a lot of volume. But then he said, and I think you should understand, what value can he add when there's 500 million shares traded? Can he count that in his mind? Can he see a pattern? Can he let you know that there's a trap short? Can he let you know that there's a buy-in? It's highly unlikely. He said he can't really add value to that story. If you want to play in that and really think something's gonna happen, do it. As he would say, knock yourself out. I would suggest to you, anytime there's 500 million shares trading, and it's not the first time this has happened in a stock, and then there's a story going around about a distribution and you have to hurry, you have to get in, they're separating you from your money. That's my opinion. But it doesn't mean it won't work. It doesn't mean it won't work. I just would agree with Ham. There's no advantage. When you invest in a stock, you should try to the best of your ability to be able to assign to that stock a value. Now, my friend in London, who I worked with for years, he always assigned a value to any story he heard of negativity. Effing this, oil and gas, that, it's going to be zero, it's going to be worthless. Well, that's one approach. And it's true. Every stock could end up worthless. He had an exception. If a story came through that had a big number to it, then his credulity went out the window. He would believe that. But we all have our different ways of looking at things. My view is, if you look at a stock, any stock, and particularly in this space, you have to assume it can be worthless. They're all crap stocks. But if you can analyze it, and you can come up with a valuation, it might be like I just said about DJT. Is it comparable to X? I don't know, but that's one place to start. Another way is there a huge short position that has to be bought in? That might be a way to look at it. I've come to believe that short positions never get bought in, with one exception. If out of the blue, out of left field, a surprise announcement happens and the stock causes the criminals to lose money overnight and they're hurting, then the other thing is, maybe in some of these cases, like a hedge fund might come in and turn on their own computers on the buy side. So anyway, you've got to have an idea of what the value is of a stock you're buying, or what you think reasonably it could be. And then I think as retail shareholders, and this is why I'm not a trader the way some people are, hey, GME, it's up $1. It's going to go to 30 next week, and it's trading at 27. To me, that's not enough of an edge. If I read this right, he's going to have an edge. I've always been lucky on the draw. The first one looked nervous, and I knew he wasn't going to pull first. The other one, he had that look in his eye. Well, what about the last one? I knew you were there. I wasn't worried. I knew you were there. I can't remember that scene. Are you going to pull those pistols? Anyway, you have to have an edge. There's no edge to me in buying GME at $27 and hoping that it's going to be 30 next week. On the other hand, there's people out there that know how to read charts, 5-minute charts, 5-second charts, and they do it. I don't know. I don't have the tolerance for it. But where I think you can build value is understanding the mechanics of a story. For example, I'll go back to the one. I'll be like Donald Trump or David Letterman, just say the same thing over and over again. I've studied silver and mining and resources for 2 or 3 decades. And I really feel like I know enough about silver that I have to listen to my gut. And I think even though silver's doubled from its lows that you could have paid for it 5 years ago, um, on an inflation adjusted basis, it hasn't done anything. And my point being that if you were to buy silver now, even though my alarm bells are ringing that I think it's about to explode upward, what we trade, you buy it when no one wants it. Although right now people do want silver, but for the longest time nobody wanted it. Last year they didn't want it because they wanted Nvidia. But you buy something when nobody wants it after you've done your studying on it. And what do you trade off? Time. That's what you trade off. You have to wait. And then, like Gbux, Ham came on here talking about it. I think he was early. I didn't act. But if you did act, you had to wait. But man, the easiest trade, according to Ham and Gbux, the squeeze hasn't even started. The obvious risk is, will it ever squeeze? Well, if in Gbux the squeeze hasn't even started and it's gone 10x, that's the easy money. I missed it. And it's okay to miss it. There's reasons to miss. There's reasons why that was the right decision too. Sometimes it's just serendipity. Hello?
Are you still live?
Yeah, hang on. I can't read this. I got to find the speaker. Oh, there it is. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my son fell and twisted his ankle, and I was trying to deal with it while we were doing this. I apologize, but I can't do anything about it.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not easy, but it is what it is. So I had to get him ice, put his ankle up, wrap it up. So I did that. And I'm chasing 2 puppies and just doing everything I can. Anyway, so any other questions anyone have?
So this guy just brought up a company. I'm going to look it up. Zong, Z-N-O-G. It's a Christian oil company out of Dallas, but it drills in Israel. Israel doesn't have oil. Syria does. The Golan Heights do. And if those are part of Israel now, then I guess Israel has oil. But I'll look into it. I like that. That sounds like an interesting idea. Z-N-O-G.
Listen, everyone, you can find stocks all day long. Again, I'm not in the business. William can be in. I'm not in that business. I've been following naked shorts. That's what I follow. I don't really get deep in with companies. That's not my thing at all. My thing is I am the fastest gun in the West when it comes to trading. My long-term investments would be 5 to 10 minutes.
Somebody asked about MLGO while you were gone, and I said
I've seen it. I don't know much about it. It popped up. It went down. The complete manipulation. I couldn't tell anybody about that stuff.
500 million shares traded on Friday.
Yeah, we the guy Pete from Philly and Kristen Shaughnessy every day put up things about these companies, and they say it every day, and they post it, and no one ever has to pierce the SEC. How could you have all these stocks trading, all these shares every day, and no one talk about it? Come on. Doesn't make any sense.
No, that scene was from the outlaw Josie Wales. KYP says that she's sorry that happened to your son, and that if you need to, go take care of him.
I hung up on you because I put a pillow up. I don't think he broke it. We just sprained it, and
he didn't hit his head, did he?
No.
Good.
And for those that don't know, I'm dealing with a son that was critically injured many years ago, and you know, you have to be careful all the time. And you know, I go on the conference calls, I take my eye off them for a minute. You know, something happens. You know, just I try to do my best, and it's hard.
Well, we'll help you make
no, listen, he's never
a legacy for him. So.
And just so you remember, people, you know, I talk about that stock EKSO, and that's the robot that helps people learn how to walk again. And my son was in that robot, and that's when you know, people say, "How do you know anything about that?" I don't know everything about it. I know everything about it. I was there. I watched people train. I watched the whole thing. I watched them naked shorted. I screamed at the CEO. I've seen it all.
And the criminals destroyed the company.
And Jeff Easton destroyed RWLK, which changed their name recently to something else after they killed it and reversed it. So he did the same thing to that company, RWLK.
He's an honorable guy. What a great guy.
I never owned that stock. I never did anything with it, RWLK.
What a great guy.
And I just screamed and screamed that I watched people. I've been to rehab facilities, and I watched people who can't walk go into these devices and walk. People with, you know, who lost a limb, who can't stand upright anymore. The machine does it. And these guys short them down to steal pennies. That's
Jeff, what a great value added to society is.
And for those
Jeff
who come
Easton.
for those who come on and say nasty shit, trust me, I take it with a grain of salt. I personally don't give a flying shit what you say. That's number one. But I think I've done more trying to help people than anybody. Okay? And I try to help public companies out. I can't help it if the CEOs are idiots. I can't help that. And you can see that the idiot CEO in KNW did exactly that. He showed what an idiot he is. GMGI, the CEO of that company, took the money also, and eventually it's going to pan out where you're going to see what a buffoon he is. They sign these notes, and these guys just rob you blind. I'm not the originator of these notes. I've never done a note. I've never naked shorted. I don't even like to short. But watching these guys do it, it's a disgrace. And you can see them doing it all the time. So my fight against naked shorts is a much bigger personal fight than you can believe. And I don't want anybody to ever be in a situation. But
there was a stock, Force Protection.
I remember, I'm the one that discovered Force Protection. And I sent it to Pat Byrne, and Pat Byrne did the story on it.
Yeah.
The company was being shorted. It was squeezing up to 30. And then the company went to raise money, and they knocked it down to 3 or 2. The company then was acquired by, I think, Northrop Grumman, or I think it was Northrop Grumman. I know, I forgot the symbol Northrop, I can't remember. Or General Dynamics. One of them bought them out of $5.26. Imagine being the inventor, the guy who built that truck and designed it, and all the employees that worked there to get the military contracts. And what happened? You lost all your money. All your friends that bought the company, bought stock in the company, got slaughtered. And the company was taken over at $5.26. You can Google it, Force Protection. The symbol was FRPT. Go back and look. It was $30. It was a big short squeeze, blah, blah, blah. Pat Byrne did the story on it. And if you go to Deep Capture, you can see it. The short sellers needed Maybach, so they short the stock. That's what he was saying. He was making fun of them. And it's so funny, when I was in Miami and I saw Ken Griffin pull up in a Maybach, I'm like, holy shit, Pat Byrne was right about that. That's what they buy. And he was right about that.
Yeah, that's it. That was the last question that's up here.
Well, then I'll leave it at that. And again, GBUX is in short squeeze protocol based on the data, not based on my gut. The data shows they're short at 3, the stock is 7.5, and they're short 1.9 million. It started out, I thought it was 500,000. It was $1.2 million at $1. And since that point, I put it up every day. Every day I put the data, I show it to you, not making it up. And the stock is now short 1.9 million. And the reason that I think it's going to go to the moon, because these guys have pressed their bet so much. Okay. It started out as a little fire. Now they turned it into a raging fire. Once if this still has a life in it, and it gets to 3 to 5 million, you're talking about a moon launch at this point. And on top of it, the company just got $100 million. And I don't know what to say, but when a company gets $100 million, that is enormous. That is it. That is not small. That is enormous. They got $100 million. And these guys are so crazy. They don't even know what this company's doing. I don't even know what they're doing, but they got $100 million to do it. And in small cap world, when you get $100 million, you must have something really strong here. And these characters have no idea what the hell they're doing, but they shorted it anyway. Think how crazy that is.
I don't think it's funny, you laughing.
So again, these guys have trapped themselves. The company got $100 million. You think you throw in the towel at $100 million investment, right? Hey guys, we're on the wrong side of this trade. Let's move it along. No, let's press the bet. Let's try to knock it down where the valuation of the company is now going to be north of where we're trying to sell it. And that's the difference between now and when I was trading back in the day, is that I know big players and they toss the towel in. When they make a mistake, they're the first to throw the towel in, take a loss and move along. Not the new age of fraud. Let's just keep selling more until we get it flip-flopped. And this is the killer. People like us are exposing them. And for the people that come on this call and don't like it, when you expose the crime, as Pat Bernal says, he goes, the roaches do not like the sunlight. And you can see the anger of these people calling up, saying the same stupid things all the time. Oh, they're pumping this stock. They're doing this. The company's a POS, a piece of shit. Those are the creatures that steal your money that are saying that type of stuff. Because otherwise, who gives a shit? I don't care. MLGO, whatever you just talk about, what am I going to talk negative about? I don't know anything about it. When I see something negative like K&W, I wish I could have shorted it. I don't short. Because I know the CEO in that company is going to do what? He's going to lay off his employees. He's going to stop his production of whatever the hell he's working on to save money. He wiped out all his friends and his family. Do you know the headache that CEO has right now? Forget about it. He's going to be going crazy. GMGI, they keep propping it up. It made a new low last week of $1.70 something. I think it's $2. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, Lynn wants their money back, and they're going to kill it. And as I posted, they make more money with a flop than they do with a hit. And Morgan Lewis Bacchus couldn't get over the hump over that. Why would anybody do this? And we said, well, if you buy 1 million shares, all they're going to own is 1 million shares. If you make a short 100 million shares and it goes to zero, they make $100 million. 1 to 0 is $100 million, right? And that's what they do. So anyway, listen, everyone, have a great night, a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. If I hear anything good, we recap. We'll go over it again.
Enjoyed the game.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't know. I didn't prepare other subject matter than, because I didn't plan on coming on. Han wanted me to. I will maybe just go over my recommendation. It's not financial advice. And look, you don't have to get overweight in any of these, but I think the urgency to try to participate in Gbux is now. If you wait, I mean, you might be right, but I think Gbux is set up. It looks like the shorts are trapped. It looks like there's going to be a buy-in. We've never caught one of these that's gone. Well, you guys did. You were in GME, but we never caught one of these where it's gone from $8 to $200. But Gbux might be one of those. It might be. I'm not promising that. But the time to find out is right now in Gbux. And it went to 10. It's had 2 days backing and filling and down. And they'll try to get it down Monday morning. No question. But the thing I cannot figure out, we know that it's low volume stock. Just using round numbers, we think we know that there's 2 million shares naked short. Where's that stock going to come from? The criminals are upside down probably $5 times 2 million shares. That's $10 million they owe the prime broker, or it's coming out of their sponsor's account. So, maybe a guy that's associated with Steve Cohen's fund. I don't know. I'm just using an example. Has lent the money. They're going to be calling. They're going to be saying, hey, guys, I can't afford to lose $10 million. Anyway, the normal exit is to come here, spook everybody, be negative, buy time, lie, spread false rumors, get the stock down, continue selling, just continue to sell stock that doesn't exist. And eventually, even though the price goes up, it eventually just collapses like a pine tree in an ice storm. It just bends over and snaps, and it's on the ground. Well, that works because you're dealing with a guy like Jeremy Fngr at CRTD that doesn't see what's happening. So he goes and does another deal with Lynn Partners. What happens? More stock is issued. And there's a reverse split, and they can get their money out. But I just don't see that happening here. I don't know the CEO at Gbux. Obviously, there's risk. The news announcement they made said it's an LOI. So there's always risk that somehow that falls apart. But it looks like, it feels like Gbux has raised $100 million. Are they going to squander it in 1 week? I doubt it. They're going to put it towards something they believe is going to work. So, and they're not doing it just to get money market rates. They're doing it to get a return. So are the criminals going to be able to convince investors out of Abu Dhabi and out of Wall Street that they should short Gbux back down so that Gbux can go raise money in a toxic note from Jeff Easton or Bob Yorkville? I don't think so. So I think Gbux is as close to a chance to see what happens if a buy-in occurs. And to me, that buy-in has to happen immediately. I mean, maybe Monday or Tuesday. Is there a Ken Griffin that's going to help these guys out? Maybe they've got a fealty to these criminals and they don't want to lose these soldiers in their battle to fleece the American investor, American corporations, the American taxpayer. And this is critical, so they're going to help out, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I think Gbux, as good as any situation could be, is set up for a squeeze. We'll know. And if I'm wrong, we'll know very quickly. So I think Gbux, you have to do something or nothing very quickly. I think Railtown is my second one that I think is a buy at 35 cents. You can read the news stories and you can look up their presentations, but it's an AI company. They spent what, 60 or 80 million dollars, some number, developing their technology. I know it's not called technology, it's called model, AI model. But they now have the product, but they are buying the company that's organized 160 AI companies into like a consortium, a partnership. They're buying that. So they're going to roll up. I don't know if their press release said that, but I think the writing's on the wall. I think the press release said it, but I think there's writings on the wall that they can merge or acquire some of these companies, the best of breed. Well, Railtown is in the AI space. If they can cobble together or get contracts for revenue, $500 million, $1 billion, $2 billion, the multiples that are being paid for AI revenue companies are massive. So anyway, I whether or not you want to be in it for what I think could be really massive returns in the short run, I don't think Railtown's going to be 35 cents very much longer. And I think it could triple in the very near term. Now, what it does from, let me say I'm right, what it does from $1, does it take 6 months, 9 months to go to 20? Or does it go to 20 in a month? I don't know. We'll find out more as news comes out. But I think that initial change in price is coming very soon. I feel that way about silver, as I've explained to you. I think you should be buying physical silver at $35. Anytime that could double or triple. It'll be volatile. But if you wait to buy silver at $90 or $100 and it becomes volatile, you can be shaken out. You can be scared out. If you buy it here, it goes up and pulls back. You're strong. I think finger motion really, if I had the money to buy calls, I would buy calls. I probably wouldn't buy the ones Ham is talking about. But I like Ham's idea. You buy the $2 calls or the cheap, he calls them garbage calls, because there's so much leverage if it works. But I think I'd buy the dollar calls or $1.50 if they exist. And I'd probably go out 2 months, knowing I'm overpaying, knowing I'm getting fewer calls. But if the stock starts to move, I have some equity to play with. I can sell half. I can buy some of the cheaper calls then. I can take my original money off the table. Anyway, I think I'd do that. Or I just buy the stock. But I think the time to look at that, if you're so minded for Fngr, is now. And then you've brought them all up. There's a bunch of other little stocks out there that are that have sold off, from the ZJYLs, the GDCs, the MLSS, maybe the next trip NTRP, and all these stocks. But I think the one I would select out of that group, maybe, and I don't think I'd go overboard on it, but I might look at NIXI, NIXX. They just made an announcement. You can read it, judge it for yourself. It's $2, the stock. So it's down from when it went to 6 or 7. NIXI, the bloom might be off the rose on NIXI. The management might be star-crossed and nothing might happen. So I'm not sure I'd go overboard. However, I think what you saw, you're talking about 500 million shares trading in this Magoo stock. In October, 50 million shares traded in NIXI, and then it stopped. It used to be recruiter.com. I think there's a bigger short position there than 50 million shares going back and forth. They didn't cover everything. That's computer duking it out against computer. I think you have a chance. That's a prelude to maybe that happening again. If it happens again, which I think is a flip of 50-50 odds that it does, I think NIXI could go back to $8, $10, $12 in a flurry of trading, maybe more. I don't know. If I bought it right now at 2 and it went to 8 or 10, I think I'd just book the trade. And anyway, that's how I feel about the stocks we're looking at. About the market overall, there's a lot of negativity, a lot of bad headlines. I still believe that the indices, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, they have 20, 30, 40, 50% even upside from here. I think we're going to see that last spasm of buying of a 45-year-old bull market. And so I'm not necessarily telling you to buy into that and try to trade it, but I think it's coming. And I think the tech stocks will be up. I think everything will be up. But, maybe bonds will be up. I don't know. But after that's done, finished, only meat is done, I'm told. After that's finished, I think that the markets can collapse 90%. It might be 2 stages. I think people, you, me, population, masses, I think we still have it in our belief system that the Fed, the government, the system will bail us out. So I think there will be, after that or during that collapse, there will be an effort by the Fed to rescue the markets one more time, and they'll throw everything at it. They'll be trying to bail out the Ken Griffins, the Blankenfields, the Blacks, the Finks, the Moynahans, the guys and girls that run Wall Street. They'll try to bail them out one more time on our gullibility and on our tax dollar. But it'll be under the guise of saving the system. And it'll probably work briefly. But then I think the markets, for at least a generation, maybe 2 generations, are going to be markets of stocks. You can make money if you really want to, but I think most people are going to be so turned off by it that the fad will have disappeared. So what do you do over this next 5 years, decade? I really think we have to see if we can make profits, but I think you need to own gold, silver, platinum, palladium, the precious metals. I think you need to own oil and gas. I think you need to own the income streams from oil and gas. You need to own the things you know how to do. You need to stay in good health. You need to have your physical strength. I love that expression that Bob Kennedy says. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. Someone who is ill has only one dream. And so you gotta have that. You gotta have your health. You've got to have, if you do, I don't right now, but you've got to have someone to love and care for, family, people around you, if you're blessed with that. And it's smart to cultivate your neighbors and your support system. But I think we have a tough 20 years ahead. But I don't think it's going to be joyless. I think it'll be a joyful time. And I think for those of you, which is, somebody asked me, why do I do this? I don't know. I guess I feel like I should. I have one client who I really think of as a brother. He doesn't listen to me anymore, so maybe you guys will. I think you have to think of yourself as your own financial castle, as your own bridge across the sea or the raging river, your own central bank. Because if you can do that, the panic that I see coming, I don't know when, it will be like a hurricane. It might be like a hurricane that it hits hard and then there's an eye in the storm and that it hits again. But that kind of energy burns itself out. If you can survive that energy, whether it's mass unrest or it's a financial collapse or whatever, hunger, if you can survive that energy because of some planning ahead, it doesn't have to be complicated. It can just be aware that it's coming. And if you can get to the other side with some gold, with an apple orchard that you can sell the apples, with a water well that you can make water available to your neighbors in exchange for eggs or chickens. I don't know. The ideas are endless. You will be in a good position after the panic, and life will be fine. It'll be different. But who needs to drive around in an $800 car you can't afford and live in a mansion of 8,000 square feet and eat out every night? None of us need all this. We can have perfectly happy lives in the new iteration of life, which I think, unfortunately, it's coming. And anyway, the first step is to, I guess, just think that way. And you might think I'm a Looney Tune, but I won't go much further on it today, other than in any closed system, growth reaches its limits. And in living systems, growth overreaches, and then there's a die-off. And that's an economic situation too, particularly an economic situation which is based on the idea that we have endless free energy, nearly free, mispriced, or that we have endless growth coming out of the computer chip, or that we can continue to stress our seas, our fisheries, our farm, our soil, our trees, our animals, our air, the plankton, the plankton and similar whatever the word is, it's not fauna, whatever, similar animals provide 50% of the world's oxygen. Well, imagine if Fukushima's 300 to 400 tons of radioactive material dumped into the ocean every day since March 11th of 2011, and folks told you not to worry. Imagine if that kills plankton. I don't know if it does, but imagine if it does. Imagine if we're threatening the oxygen that we breathe. I don't know. I don't want to cause panic, but I do want to alert you to the chance that the idea that the human race can grow, quote unquote, grow the economy so everybody can live like we North Americans have lived for the last 100 years, 120 years. 5% of the population wastefully consuming 30% or more of the world's resources. The planet can't take that much anymore. And a guy like James Lovelock called the planet Gaia, argued that the planet is a living system. And he said, and I read, that, I mean, even if you don't believe that, the Earth acts as if it's a living organism. The lungs of the trees, the forests, the lungs of the north exhale let me see if I get this right, during the summer. They take in the carbon, they breathe out the oxygen during the summer. In the winter, they inhale. I mean, that's one of the examples he gave, something like that. But the planet, he would argue, will fight back against the virus, which is the human population. I don't know. I don't want to, I'm touching on a number of areas which will make you think that inside of this brain is insanity. I just want you to consider that this pendulum we're in of overvaluing real estate, overvaluing degrees in gender equality, overvaluing financial assets, etc., or any of the other things I've listed. The pendulum has gone a long, long way. It can still go further. But the odds are, as someone told me that I remember her well, she said everything's a cycle. And I looked at her and I thought, it can't be that simple. But there is a cyclicality to everything. So there's change coming. Change is coming, and I want you all to be ready for it. And I hope we have time to get ready. I personally think 100 ounces of silver could change. Right now, it could make you rich in a way, but by buying it now, there's a wealth creation aspect to it. If you wait to buy it, there's a wealth preservation aspect, and there'll be both. But I tell you what, if you can survive what's coming whenever it comes, and be basically debt free, have your health, have your family, have your relationships, and have the three things which I came up with at a bar one night. And then I heard somebody tell it to me in his own words, older guy, uh, 20 years later. So it must be something everybody knows. But each of us, to be fulfilled, to be happy, to have purpose, we need three things. And I got to remember how I said it. We need, I don't know which order I said it. I had been drinking, but I said it to some audience that had to listen to me. In that case, it was probably a young woman who was looking for something other than a monologue from the guy she was drinking next to. But we all need something to do, purpose. We all need something to look forward to, and we need somebody to love. That's about as simple as it gets. And what I'm suggesting is some of the very things you take for granted right now. I'll give you a basic one that you take for granted. You believe your wealth is measured in dollars. And it might be for another 5 years. It might be for another decade. I would argue to you that your wealth at some point, maybe soon, but maybe before the end of this decade, will be measured in something other than the dollar as we know it today. There might be a domestic dollar and a foreign dollar. There might be a special drawing right. There might be a ruble. There might be a XRP. There might be something. When they all meet in Tashkent, or they all meet in Doha, or they all meet in I don't know where's a neutral place they could meet. They all meet in Singapore and come up with the new financial system. Our dollars as we have them today and the assets reflected by them could be wiped out. What's a way to protect against that? Real money, which is precious metals. I believe if you own things that give you income, like oil and gas, that income happens to be priced in dollars, but the income from oil and gas is what oil and gas does. So it's translated into dollars. If the dollar gets changed and you own the income stream from oil or gas or something similar, lumber, farming, clean water, fisheries, things create economic value. They will be priced in whatever the new Bretton Woods system creates. So I think you have to think along those lines. I think if you're young, it would be wise, you can think about it, but it'd be wise to emphasize skills which really have value. Doing what I do, being what I call an investment banker or deals, that may survive, but so many people do it. So many people. The financial industry is going to be reduced in size. As Jimmy Rogers says, in the future, farmers will drive Maseratis and stockbrokers, wealth managers will drive taxi cabs. And I think that'll come. But I think it applies to lawyers too. There's so many lawyers. On the other hand, there will always be the need for attorneys. Attorneys reduce agreements to writing, and that will always exist. So that might be a place to go. Being a nurse or doctors will always exist. But other things that we undervalue as a society, being able to rework the wiring in a house, knowing how to lay brick, knowing how to I can't think of the word, but to rejuvenate soil. These things may have huge value in the future, and you can barter them. Anyway, let me stop there. I really want all of you to make money, and I really want each of you to somehow create the castle that survives the storm whenever it comes, so that you can be independent, even powerful afterward, financially. So I'm going to leave it there. John, I don't know how to use LinkedIn. I don't even know what my password is. I'll go look for it. I'll go look for it. Why would Trump call to audit Fort Knox? Well, my guess is, look, Fort Knox doesn't own all the gold in the United States. There's gold in Denver, there's gold in New York City, and other places. So Fort Knox may or may not have the gold. Secondly, whether the gold is there in Fort Knox isn't really the relevant question. The question is, who owns that gold that's in Fort Knox? Is it leased? Is it released? Is it hypothecated, and rehypothecated? Those are the questions. Your question, all in, why would Donald Trump cause settlement of all trades all at once? I don't think he will do it that way. And I don't think he'll go audit the gold without knowing in advance the status, because it would be a huge risk. Having said that, all in India, in the Middle East, in Asia, people buy gold. We don't do it here. That would be a smack, a wake-up call by Trump to alert all of us to start buying gold and silver and metals. And I mean, the government doesn't have to do it for us. We can do it for ourselves. And that might be some of his thinking. Are the walls closing in on the SEC? It might be. It might be. Might be. I didn't sell all my Railtown, Ricky. I sold only, I don't know what percentage, maybe 10%, maybe less, maybe more, actually. I'm bad at arithmetic. But so I know I'm taking the risk that Gbux might not go up like I'm saying. But let's say I sold 10%, just for argument's sake. I sold that little bit because I don't have any other assets. I sold that to buy of Railtown to buy Gbux. It's not because I dislike Railtown. It's because I see an opportunity in Gbux that could be imminent, that could give me 10x, could give me 5x, could give me 20x. If it does that, I intend to bring that money back to Railtown. Then I have a larger position. What's my risk? My risk is if Railtown goes first, I make 90% of the return I would have made, not 100%. But then if I'm honest with myself, am I really going to make a perfect sale decision on Railtown? Probably not. So is the 10% really a meaningful difference? In other words, if I have 90% of my Railtown position and the stock goes to 25, but it goes to 27 first and then comes back to 25, do I sell my whole 90% at 27, 25, 23? I don't know. And that's 90%. What if I had 100% of that position? But maybe I sold it at 27. That bravo on me, but maybe I sold it at 22 and it kept going up. The odds are I'm not going to sell it to get 100% of the benefit anyway. So I took what I consider a short-term gamble to buy Gbux because I see a short squeeze. And yes, to answer your question, if that short squeeze does occur, and it does happen next week, that's what I think. It could happen next week. And if they somehow drag it out to the following week, look, if they drag out Gbux more than 1 or 2 weeks, I'm going to start revisiting the thought, the theory behind owning it. Because for me personally, it becomes more of an investment then, although that's not the right word either. Let me say it differently. If I have to hold Gbux in 2 weeks at $8, $7, $9, and nothing's happened, I'd actually rather own Railtown in 2 weeks at 30 cents, 40 cents, if it's still there. So I may face a choice of just missing out on Gbux. But I think Gbux could move this coming week. Am I going to be right? I have no idea. We'll find out. But yes, I intend to increase my position in Railtown. If for some reason Railtown has already moved, I may, and Gbux moves simultaneously or afterward, I may come back and buy PSLV, the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. Or I may, depending on where Fngr is, I may come in and buy Fngr. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I didn't get out of Railtown. I don't know that I'd have to do the percentages, but say I own 90% of Railtown. I got out of Railtown on the margin. That's all I did. I didn't want to, but I see an opportunity to make a quick trade. If I miss out, I miss out on 10% of the move to the upside. Happiness is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to go on that matters. My sister always says that we have to persevere. And did Chief George say that? We have to endeavor to persevere. By the way, whoever asked me if that quote was out of Unforgiven, I remember part of it was out of Josie Wales. But there is a scene in Unforgiven where Mr. Beauchamps asks the duck of death. No, that not the duck of death. He asks William Money, how do you tell? How do you know who's going to shoot first? And Clint does say in that scene, I've always been lucky on the draw. And then he says something about moving out back. I don't remember. He asks him, who was the last one you shot? I don't remember, but I know who the next one I'll kill. And so he leaves. Mr. Beauchamps leaves. Would I buy silver bars or junk coins? John will point out that they're called constitutional silver. If that's my choice, hands down, I would buy the coins. Right now, I would buy the constitutional silver. I'd buy the junk silver, as they call it. Why would I do that? You should probably get a bag at home anyway. You should probably have a wad of $5 bills somewhere in your house, $20 bills. If there's a financial collapse, the ATMs will stop working. And I think people out there will still use paper currency as a form of barter, but they might not. You don't know. But I do know this, they won't have change for a $100 bill. They won't have change for a $50 bill. So have some 5s and 10s and 20s. Coins, just regular coins, not silver coins, just regular coins. Have those. Coins are issued by the United States government. They're not issued by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is not federal. The Federal Reserve is not a reserve. It's just a bloody bank that has permission to do the things they do. So I would have at home, I don't think we're anywhere near this yet, but we could be, I suppose. But I collect coins of any manner. I would have some cash. Are we going to go into a hyperinflationary period? We could go into a depression first. I don't know, but there's a lot of items that you can have around the house. I used to have, I don't anymore, but there's food you can store, there's fresh water, there's first aid, there's toilet paper. Make your own list. But you could get those bottles of booze that are small, and you could probably get somebody to shovel the snow out of your driveway for, 6 of those bottles. Or a dozen of those bottles. I mean, you have to, maybe in the future we'll have to think that way, but we're not there yet. But the reason I would buy junk silver right now is you probably should have a bag of that at home. If you had silver quarters and everything fell apart and you needed to buy gasoline, if there's gasoline available, and you had to load up your car and things are getting dicey and you go to the gas station, it may be that that gas station won't take paper dollars. And they're not interested in your other coins, and they don't want your alcohol. What they will maybe have there is they'll accept silver dimes or silver quarters. And everybody, it'll be like a virus. Everybody will know how much silver is contained in a silver dime, is contained in a silver quarter. So you may be able to buy a gallon of gasoline for a quarter. I don't know what it'll be then. But anyway, that's why if you don't have any of that, I'd have some. That's one reason. The other reason is constitutional silver, junk silver. The premium's not very high right now. If there comes a mania to buy silver and gold, the premium on that junk silver will go. Right now, you might be able to buy, I don't know, I haven't looked recently, but you might be able to buy 70 ounces of silver in a junk bag for, oh God, I can't even do the arithmetic. I don't know. Would it cost you $2,500? I don't know, $2,400. In a mania, the premium on that silver could go from $1 to $2 an ounce. It could go to $50 an ounce, $100 an ounce. It could be virtually unobtainable. And I think my memory of price movements is the first place that premiums expand is in junk silver, the coins, constitutional silver. So that's where I would buy first. In terms of silver bars, you don't say what kind of bars. If you don't own a lot of silver, I would just buy the cheapest ones. Buy silver bars from the, I'm trying to remember the various mints. None of the names are coming to me, but you can buy old bars or you can buy new bars from various mint. I can't remember them. Just buy the most silver that you can buy for your dollars. I personally don't think silver bars are something you want to buy at home necessarily. Going back to what I just gave to you, how do you make change for a 10-ounce bar of silver? Let's say silver goes to $1,000 an ounce. I know it sounds like fantasy. And so your bar's worth $10,000. Number one, are you going to be willing to show that bar at a gasoline station or at a supermarket? Are you going to be able to want to walk down the street with it? I doubt it. But let's assume you do. Who are you going to find to make change for that bar? I don't know. I don't think bars are, to me, highly desirable for purchasing silver to store at home. On the other hand, obviously, a 10-ounce bar, a 100-ounce bar is 10 ounces. It is 100 ounces. If you buy coins, that's a ton of coins to get to 100 ounces. So there is a trade-off there. If I were to buy bars, I would probably store those, and if you use any of these reputable online firms, they offer storage for you. But storage is tricky too. Should you store your silver in the country you live? Maybe not. Maybe you want the optionality of having some wealth offshore. Should you trust storage in essentially a building in the middle of nowhere with guards who could be bought out? And if there's roving gangs of people in the future, who's to know that gold or silver is going to be safe? I don't know. There's no perfect answer, but for storage, I like gold, silver, Mike Mahoney, probably Miles. Miles, it's escaping me. Schlechtman, I like him. I can't think of it. I've never used him. I can't think of it. Would be a good place too. But I think, Ricky, if you don't own coins, silver coins, I think it's worth buying silver coins. There's an aspect about the silver dollar being legal tender, but there's also other aspects. So you got to check with your professionals, accountants. But I think the Canadian coins, the Canadian silver is purer than US. I don't know, maybe it's changed. But to my memory, Canadian silver is 4 nines. US silver is 3 nines. It's to my memory, you can check it. I think that's also true of some silver. I think the Austrian silver might be 4 nines. But you can buy silver out of Australia, out of England, out of Canada. But I'll tell you what, there's an aspect of recognition. There's also an aspect of being almost certain that your silver is not counterfeited. I mean, 99.9, 3 nines, 4 nines. Percent certain that it's not counterfeit, but also people will recognize it. So I think I would start with junk coins, move to silver dollars, the walking liberty, and then bars last. But there's no perfect answer. When you buy silver, if you buy loose coins and old bars that are, they're dirty, dungy looking, you can sometimes save $1 or $2 an ounce, and that's significant right now. What I would not buy is any promotions you get in the mail. I wouldn't buy, right now anyway, I wouldn't buy anything that's trading at $40 over the spot price or whatever. Why do I say that? If you were to buy, I don't know, let's say one of the Somali elephants from 15 years ago, I don't know, I haven't looked, but I assume they might be trading at a huge premium now. If you buy those, you're getting less silver, but also, for example, right now, if you found an ounce of silver that was trading for a $40 premium to spot versus buying an ounce of silver in the form of a grungy old coin, you might pay $2 premium or $3 premium on that old grungy coin, but you're paying, let's call it $4 just for simplicity. You're paying 10 times as much for this collectible. Well, if silver went to $400, I don't think the premium on the collectible coin will go to $400, will be double. So my point is, you're not going to make money on that premium like you will on just owning the silver. So I wouldn't buy anything collectible. But that's just me. I could be wrong on that. Here's John's point. John knows what he's talking about. Constitutional silver is being sold at spot, no premium. Other silver has a premium. You get more silver when you don't pay a premium. He's right. You can buy this constitutional silver, this so-called junk silver right now, really inexpensively. And that's where I would start. Don't call it junk. Finally, the problem is being worked on. Trump and Elon going through all government agencies. Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. You know, Ricky, I don't want to give advice on that, but I'll give it to you in theory, but I don't know the cutoffs. But my understanding is, yes, you can go to Canada. You can buy Canadian silver using US dollars. You get a larger amount of silver because of the loonie being less valuable than the dollar. And it's my understanding you can drive back over the border without declaring, I think it's $10,000 of currency. And I think that applies to silver you buy if you bought legal tender silver in Canada. But having said that, I do know they can stop you, they can hassle you, and I think that some border agents have a different interpretation than the one I just gave. So I think there's risk involved. I think before I went, I would make sure I had a piece of paper that maybe came from a lawyer or came from an accountant or came from a coin dealer listing out the points of law that made it legal. I don't know that it's worth, you know, I've traveled abroad, I've worked abroad, I've never, ever tried to hide anything or tried to game any system. I've never done it. And I don't know why. I just don't think it's worth trying to get away with something, whether it's for taxes or tricking customs agents. I've never done it, and I would never recommend it. I don't think the gain, in my case anyway, is worth the risk, but it's also not worth being dishonest. So anyway, right now there's no premium for 90% silver. When all the 90% silver gets melted, the grungy old coins will have numismatic value as well as silver value. Yeah, that's true. I used to have things I could show you. I don't have any of it anymore. And after, you know, I guess, John, one way to, two aspects of that would be, once you have a certain core position of ounces, then you can go into those collectibles, the more exciting. You can buy newly issued coins and maybe sell them 6 months later at a profit. I mean, that'll happen. All these guys and girls trading Bitcoin and Ethernet and Ethernet and Ethelnet, they'll start trading all this and it'll become fun. The other thing is, listening to your point, John, is that if you're accumulating gold or silver, junk silver is the way to go while there's no premium on it. Guys, I think silver will become unobtainable. I'm not saying tomorrow, but it can happen a lot more quickly than you think. And obviously, unobtainable comes down to price. But for us, I think silver will become unobtainable. It's obtainable still. It's obtainable still. I hope there's a sell-off in silver. I hope there's a sell-off. I hope a bank collapses without hurting anybody. And gold comes down and silver comes down. That'd be great. An organized attack on silver again over the next 6 months. That'd be great. But I just, in my bones, I don't think that's going to happen. How about if Trump opens the vaults this week and there isn't as much gold? Guys, it doesn't matter. In the West, we have lent out gold. And the fact is, in your ETFs, on the COMEX, the trades are done in paper. There isn't enough gold. But in my opinion, the difference with gold is there are mines out there that mine for gold. So there is a source of supply, and you don't use up that gold. You don't put 500 ounces of gold in a cruise missile. You do with silver. So there is daily, weekly, monthly, yearly supply of gold. So you can finagle it. The other thing is gold does exist around the world. And you can play with that gold and paper gold and lending out gold. But there's a dynamic going on in the gold market right now. Gold, physical gold, is moving east. It always has, but now it's accelerated. Even lackeys to the United States are asking for delivery of physical gold. Countries like Poland want their own gold. I don't know where France is right now, but countries like Iran, Turkey, I can't make up the names. They want their gold. They don't want to leave their gold in London or in New York. They don't trust it. So that moves physical gold out of the vaults of the Western financial system. That's accelerating. That is accelerating. Right now, the United States can put pressure on Canada, England, maybe Switzerland, maybe Holland, I don't know, and say, we need to borrow your gold, or we need, instead of the gold to be underneath Amsterdam, we need it to be at Fort Knox because we're doing an audit. Right now, with gold, there's things they can do, and they will do. They will do. But silver is different. Silver is also moving east. But silver, there's no mines. Well, it's not true. There's mines in Mexico. There's mines in Peru. There's a company I invested in up in British Columbia that focus on silver. But as a preponderance of the industry, the emphasis is not on mining silver. It's on mining gold, on mining other metals. and the silver comes out alongside it. What that means is there's no, to use the analogy of oil, and by the way, there's none of this anymore. Everyone thinks it's there, but there's no spigot to turn on to increase the supply of silver quickly. Quickly. There isn't. So there's no question that the supply of physical silver will increase, but there's no way to turn on a huge increase in supply in a month, in 6 months, in a year. Yes, over a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year period, yes, that could happen. But in the short run, there's no valve to turn on that's going to flood the market with silver. It doesn't exist. There are places to go find gold and go kill the dictator. Venezuela, Libya come to mind. Iraq comes to mind. The attack on Russia comes to mind. But there's no place to go do that for silver. That's number one. Number two, well, I'm mixing 1 and 2. 1, there's no place to turn on the spigot. And 2, there's no above ground warehouses or stockpiles of silver that you can go flood the market with right now. Why? Well, we consumed those stockpiles. We consumed them. So they're gone. Now silver is used in everything, and you can read the news now and see it. Yeah, I bet even CNN will tell you this now. But it's for energy, medical, jewelry, weaponry, electronics, everything silver's used. Batteries. And the strain on the Western futures markets is that when a company like an Apple computer or an Eastman Kodak, back when photographs were developing silver, when they stand for delivery, if there's a failure to deliver that's big enough to make frontline news, it's all over. It's all over. I don't think that'll happen with gold because there's enough buffer to play around with. With silver, the physical market could default and the paper market won't be able to do anything about it. It'll be out in the open. The paper market will be worthless. In the gold market, the paper market and the physical market, and the military and the Fed and there's still some softness, but it's disappearing because the BRICS nations, for example, if they own gold, they're going to want it. Look, Venezuela wanted its own gold, and then suddenly the relatively young guy died. And the next thing you knew, the 40 tons of gold that Venezuela had went back to the Western banking system to pay off paper debt. Was that a coincidence or was it intentional? I'll leave it to you. That great heroine of American politics, when she was Secretary of State, she was proud of herself. She said, "We came, we saw, he died." Well, we did it to Gaddafi. Gaddafi wanted to have a Pan-Arabian financial system with a Pan-Arabian currency backed by gold. we stuck a rifle up his butt, and we left his country a slave state which enslaves women. Women's rights are human rights, she said, because she's so glorious. And okay, they are. Well, what did she do to Libya? Anyway, was that over the gold? Saddam Hussein, who was our ally, and we armed, and was secular, by the way. And Jean Gillespie gave, at best, a confusing answer to the Iraqis when they asked her, will the United States be upset if we reclaim our province, if we go in and take oil in the neutral zone that Kuwait has, but we believe it's ours? And Jean Gillespie, Ambassador Jean Gillespie, gave probably didn't give it doesn't matter. Well, that's basically what she said. We really don't matter. We don't really care. I'm not sure she gave permission, but she gave the implication it's not in our interest. Well, then we said this will not stand. Well, a lot of oil was destroyed in that war. A lot of oil wells, a lot of oil was burnt. Why did we do all that? When we invaded, it's interesting to note that the United States didn't go and take the oil wells. In fact, we didn't get any contracts. Those went to Germans, Russians, Japanese, maybe Iranians, which doesn't sound right, but that's in my memory. But we didn't ask for it. The French maybe got in there. You know where we went, apparently? We went to the museums. We went for the, those small rocks that have writing on them. I forget what they're called because my brain doesn't work anymore. But then we went for the ancient knowledge. I tend to think we went for the ancient knowledge because there's an energy source that's on the Sumerian tablets, and there's information about Planet X and maybe something else that's happening. But let's get off of that. We didn't claim the oil, but by getting rid of Saddam Hussein, we kept Iraqi oil from being sold in gold. We kept the U.S. dollar, the primary methodology or the metric for the price of oil. Anyway, those powers are still available to the United States banks. The United States bankers still have access to the U.S. military, the U.S. government, and to the powers of the U.S. Goliath as it relates to gold. But to silver, it's coming to a point that if a guy like Tim Cook failed to receive the silver he needs to make iPhones, he would stop using the Western financial system to secure his silver. And if the physical default happens in silver, silver will go to, you won't be able to buy it. That's what could happen, I think, at any time. I could go on, and I'm not going to because I'm feeling tired. But silver is different than gold. There is no margin of error in the physical silver market. Everyone thinks there is because the cowboys still trade the paper markets as if there is. There isn't. And obviously, what changes it is price. So to get the gold and silver coming back from the east to the west, we're going to have to pay for it. And we're probably not going to be able to pay for it in dollar bills. We're probably going to have to pay for it in labor, in technology, in maybe war, but maybe we're going to have to start producing things. That's how our life's going to change. So anyway. If Fort Knox is empty, Trump won't go there. Jim Rickards thinks that we do have the gold in Fort Knox / New York / Denver, the 8,000 tons that we say we do. And the reason why is it's the foundation of our standing at the IMF and our ownership of the basket of being part of the basket of currencies in the special drawing rights. I'm inclined to believe he knows what he talks about, but I'm also really smart people say the gold isn't there, and I don't trust our financial system, obviously. Well, he says he is. I don't think he will do it. There's three things. He doesn't know what's there. I don't think that's likely. Or he knows what's there isn't there. That might be true. Or he knows what's there is there. Those are basically the three things. I don't think he'll go there blindly. If he knows it's not there, he'll have an answer ready. If he knows it is there, well, it just buttresses the strength of the U.S. financial markets. What you really have to wonder, Ricky, is why is this in the headlines right now? Why is the Bank of England, why is the LBMA admitting that it can take 8 weeks or longer to deliver gold? Why is gold being flown back to the United States? The losers at CNN say it's the threat of tariffs. I don't think that's it. I think they're making sure the gold is in Fort Knox. I think the banks are calling for their physical delivering. They're canceling the lending out of the gold. The rest of the world is asking for physical gold, and it's going to continue for a while, and they'll get away with it. But if it moves to silver, look, guys, we're talking about psychology and confidence. Our whole financial system is a con game. As long as we believe it, great. But when it shifts to panic, you won't even listen to me. You'll be down at the store buying silver, buying gold. Just like Gbux. You had 2 months, 6 weeks, 8 weeks to buy Gbux under $1. You didn't do it. I didn't do it. And now it's up and you want it. That's what's coming for silver. I don't know when. Please stop calling it gunk. I'm considering 1031 exchanging gold for silver. I didn't know you could do that. I don't own gold. I don't own silver, but I would definitely, John, if you can start, not you personally, if people can start looking at wealth in terms of what you want to own that is meaningful, like, for example, a house, or a car, or debt, or student, education, or gold. Well, right now, silver 1 ounce of gold buys 90 ounces of silver. If I'm right, and I'm not saying that it's, me, this body of thought is correct. That ratio, now there's one gentleman out there that says it's going to go to 60-1 as the standard. I forget who said that. I think that's just lazy analysis, safe analysis. I think silver is headed to 16-1 and then to 10-1 and then ultimately in a spike 1-1. Silver will become unobtainable, in my opinion. But let's say it goes to, for easy math, let's say it goes to 45-1. If you own 1,000 ounces of gold and you sell that tax-free and you buy silver, you get what, 900,000 ounces of gold? You own 1,000 ounces of gold. You get 90,000 ounces of gold. Is that right? Whatever. Of silver. Anyway, if silver goes to a ratio of 45-1 instead of 90-1, you could then swap out of silver back to gold. Doesn't matter what the price is in dollars, and you double your gold position. Well, now you're starting to think, and I'm not talking about you, John, but now you're starting to think in terms of ounces of gold being your wealth, ounces of silver being your wealth. That's the way you have to think for this next period of time. I think it's brilliant. I would do it. I think you should do it. I think you should do it. I'm going to read these quickly. It's all fake. How about the thief in DC took the rest of the gold? Asked the Grim Reaper. It's all fake. United, BS brother. States. Yeah, just call it states. I guess it's united. United and going to hell while already in hell. What? Yes, there is. Let's do it. No, in a moment. Sure it does. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Ha ha, junk. It's inside us. Yeah, it is. It is stockpile. No, it's more. There is more. Endless amounts of more. Silver and gold. I love silver. Wow, what a bunch of drivel. I was cooking. I have old silver coins and new ones. I like the old silver coins, and my new silver coins have started to tarnish. I don't know how to clean them. There's a guy out there I used to listen to. He said, don't worry about the tarnishing. You can always sell it later. When I was an owner of silver, I bought those plastic covers. They cost money. But I would put, if you want to play with your silver, I would put it in those plastic covers. Otherwise, when you buy the silver, don't open the box. Just don't open the box. Silver is undervalued. Yes, China's been buying a lot of gold for the past few years. Why? I think China's buying a lot of gold, Ocean. Just to cut to the chase, you can come up with a lot of reasons. They don't trust the dollar. They want to take down our financial. You're ignoring everything except one reason. I think China is buying gold so that when the G7, the G8, the G20 meet in Cairo, I don't know where they're going to meet. I don't think it'll be Bretton Woods. I don't think it'll be Washington, D.C. It might not be China, might not be Russia, but maybe it'll be, I don't think it'll be Switzerland. Maybe it'll be, Maybe it'll be Buenos Aires. Let's say they meet in Buenos Aires to come up with a new financial system. China wants to be the largest holder of gold at that table. China wants to be the largest economy. China wants to be the largest military. China wants to have the most gold when the new Bretton Woods system, the new world financial system is created. That's why I think they're buying gold. I read to you, you probably didn't listen, but there was a gentleman, I got to remember his name. He's an older guy. Oh gosh, I can see his face. Was it Brent Summers? Anyway, he's done his analysis. He's in his 80s and he has a lot of contacts. He believes today that China has 25,000 tons of gold. Now, he may be including the official government, what they announce. He may be including what Chinese companies own, which are extensions of the government, and he may be including what the Chinese people own. It wasn't clear because it was an interview. I couldn't read it. But he believes that China has at least 25,000 tons of gold today. The United States claims to have 8.1 thousand tons of gold. And that's what all this talk is about. Russia, this same gentleman, and his name is my brain. I can't remember right now. Russia, he believes, has 12,500 tons of gold. So he believes already, and by the way, when he gives those numbers, that's the minimum. He thinks China could have double that and Russia could have much more than that. And we're talking about refined gold. Russia obviously has a lot of gold that hasn't been mined, but they're not talking about the financial asset. So if a Bretton Woods were to happen today, and if that gentleman is correct, China already would write, he who owns the gold writes the rules, China would write the rules. And the rules would be written so that China would be the economic power going forward. China has something, ocean sailing, that we have. One of the reasons the United States of America has been the economic power in the world is we consume. So a country like Japan could go from being wiped out, literally bombed into oblivion, to becoming one of the wealthiest countries in the world by making crap made in Japan. Plastic crap, wooden crap that we bought. But they had no oil, they had no resources. But by hard work, they could sell us shit that we bought. And we gave a lot of our gold away to buy it then. China did the same thing. And then China corrupted everyone from Bill Clinton onward, in my opinion. And China entered the trading system as a protected nation, a developing nation, and they've had our lunch. It's too long to go through that discussion. But the one thing China has, they have a domestic population that wants to consume. And when you expand it to Southeast Asia, that can become a consuming region. So countries like the United States in the new financial system might have to become workers that produce crap out of wood and plastic and sell it to China. And it might say made in America. Anyway, China has been buying a lot of gold for the last few years. In my opinion, it's to make sure that they are the largest owner of gold at the table when a new financial system is agreed. Now, we're not going to go down easily. I think we're going to go to war to protect our standing as numero uno. But anyway, that's yet to be played out. That's my answer to you. Is China buying silver? Yes, China. But Russia announced, and I showed it to you, and it was in the Jerusalem Post. Russia announced that they're buying silver as part of its central bank purchases. But yes, China does buy silver. China encourages its population to buy gold and silver. We don't. Less than 0.5% of Western wealth managers recommend the purchase of gold and silver for. That'll change. It hasn't changed yet, but it will change. India buys gold and silver, and China buys gold and silver. Why is England flying gold here? Well, the financial system that kind of rules the world right now, the SWIFT system, and the reason Victoria Nuland and Samantha Powers could corrupt it and use it as a quote unquote weaponize it against Russia. It's a dollar-based system. The two nations that join in that system is the UK and Japan. Now, all of NATO has been absorbed into that as well. And for the period of time that you could measure from the end of World War II, but you could also measure it from the end of the British Empire, which kind of ended World War I, but definitely ended World War II. You could also measure it from the worldwide depression, which existed in Germany, existed in the United States, and occurred, there's other reasons than that, but you had the Russian Revolution, you had the Austro-Hungarian Empire blow up, and other things, and nothing's coming to my mind, but other trigger points around the globe, all because Britannia ceased to rule the waves. There was a passing of financial strength from London to New York, but we weren't all ready for it either. We still turned to J.P. Morgan to rescue our banking system at the turn of the century. So we created the Fed, and we put a lot of things in place. And anyway, one of the ideas that came out of that wasteland, the wasteland of the Depression, the wasteland of the end of empire, the wasteland of 2 world wars, the complete destruction of economies and hunger and all of that. One of the ideas came out was Keynesianism. And I think it was misinterpreted, frankly, but a new economic power bestrode the world. American oil won World War II and World War I. American factories and population were untouched by the war. And the American dollar, the American debt, the American ideals reigned supreme. And Bretton Woods was formed. One of the things that came out, and I think is misquoted from John Maynard Keynes, I forget the name of his opus on some boring name on monetary policy, and I forget the name of his. But anyway, in there, he consigned gold to the role of being a relic. I think it was misread. But his basic idea is, in times of depression, you have to use government spending, government fiscal, and then it became monetary policy to expand demand. I forget what it means now, but worry ducky D equals GNP. Wages, worry, unemployment. No, yeah. I forget all of it. But government demand, he argued, had as much benefit to growing an economy as private demand. And so for 80 years to 100 years or more, we've been living in a world dominated by United States power and economists. Now, I would argue that the real thing that changed was oil and natural gas. But we've lived in a world where women's power has grown. Old guys like me remain viable in society. Travel has exploded. Wealth has exploded. Debt has exploded. Innovation. It's all oil. It's all oil. Population has exploded. And in reverse, the environment has been degraded. Animal populations have come down. Variety in farming has come down. It's all oil. But economists won't believe that. Economists, and it's represented now by the modern monetary theory, led by this woman. I forget her name right now. I always forget her name. She has her supporters, Bernanke, who at least has the benefit that he studied the Depression, Dick Cheney. But basically her argument now is that deficits don't matter. You just print more money. You can do anything by printing money. This is insanity. It's insanity. The US dollar has had its strength for a lot of reasons. But to bring it down to one, in 1971, the President of the United States stopped the convertibility of gold, of the dollar into gold. He said, as my economics professor told us, he declared nix on that. And that was Professor Matt Hughes. Kissinger, Doc Kissinger, went on one of his junkets to the Middle East, and he went everywhere. And he made sure that the promise that Abdulaziz made to Roosevelt as Roosevelt was dying, and it wasn't just because Roosevelt showed him the honor of visiting him in the Red Sea, probably bringing his life to a more rapid conclusion. It was also because the Saudis ceased to trust the Brits. Well, we've thrown all that away, I think. But I think there is some residual. But Kissinger went and made sure the dollar was supported by oil. Oil was priced in dollars. That single thing, ocean sailing, allowed this, I think, misinterpretation of Keynesianism that said that gold is a relic to continue, so that the dollar has not only strength but supremacy in the world markets. Oil, everything comes to an end, and it seems to be ending. We, Victoria Newlands and Samantha Powers and Anthony Blinkens of the world, have accelerated the demise of the dollar. But I don't think it's going to end all that quickly, because we still have military power. We still have persuasive power. We still support the Saudi royal family. And I think we can recover from our self-inflicted wounds. Okay, so what happened during that expansion of our financial system, our dollar everywhere? We expanded our debt. We grew our debt. Under Jimmy Carter, the debt was around $700 billion. Reagan, by the end of Reagan got it over $1 billion. And then by the end of Bush, I think our debt was $4 trillion. Under Billy, the debt went up, paused, continued going up, but something, I'm doing it by memory, something tells me it was in the 6 trillion range when he left. And then the child president came in with a surplus, with a booming economy and a world at peace. And he said, we're going to give people their money back. You can fool me once, fool me twice. Well, we're not going to get fooled again. And he declared mission accomplished, a complete disaster. He came in and he gave a massive tax cut, giving people their money back. So he put us into a deficit again. And then he came in and he started when what I think was a crime against America on three buildings, maybe 2 buildings. Another one went down somehow, and the Pentagon, where there were records that got destroyed. The building that went down without any plane going into it had the records that the SEC had gathered on Harkin Energy and insider trading as it related to a certain president. And the two towers had been purchased by a developer and double insured. And a whole segment of the tower's employees didn't show up to work. But anyway, and the attack was managed by people who were not Iraqi or Afghani. And you can get into arguments whether those planes would have knocked those buildings down. Anyway, a lot of different things. But our president at the time decided to see it as an act of war. He didn't know which country attacked us. He saw it as an act of war, and he declared war on terror. Well, very odd thing. So he put us on a course of spending a lot of money at war, and we did it. He then so mismanaged the financial markets, because he's just an idiot, that we had a financial collapse. And the United States had to bail out the banksters, which they did. I'm not going to connect all the dots that I see because I don't want to be accused of things. So by the time George W. Bush left office, I believe our debt I think it was 12 trillion. You can look it up. I don't remember, but it was big. Then it came in Folks, who was a fraud. No one even faced jail time for what the banks did to us. He didn't help anyone save a house. He didn't even help people in prison that happened to be black. But anyway, he left office, and we had Ben Bernanke, and I think the debt was 16 trillion. And then came in Trump, and I think the debt went to 20 trillion. And then came in Biden. I'm missing something somewhere, because by the time Biden left, our debt was 36 trillion. Well, ocean sailing. This was done by an expansion of our financial assets and our debt, and the illusion that the US dollar and the US bond market was superior to gold. And during certain times when there were financial crises, the United States of America put pressure on the Bank of England, on the Canadians, on the French, to sell their gold to keep the dollar strong. Gordon Brown sold the bulk of the Bank of England's gold for, to my memory, $210 or $240 an ounce. Sold it all. A relic. Gordon Brown. The French guy that Castro is his father, he sold the gold in Canada as somebody before him too. And so the very long-winded answer, the United States forced our allies to sell gold to support the US financial system, to support the dollar, to support our bonds, and to support our banks. That applies to the entire Western world. During that time, the United States and London created, the woman's name is Blythe Masterson, who's given credit for coming up with basically fraudulently lending out gold and silver and other assets. She was at, I believe she was started at JP Morgan. It might have been a different bank that JP Morgan bought. I think she was out of London. But JP Morgan started selling silver and gold in the paper markets on a scale that's unbelievable. Why? Because they did the same thing. The United States financial cowboys did the same thing to gold and silver that they did to bonds that they now do to stocks. They sold things that don't exist. Part of it was government policy to keep the dollar strong, to keep faith in the dollar, to keep trade in the dollar, to keep international reserves in the dollar. Anyway, to fast forward to your question, what it left the Western gold markets being is a mishmash of cross-collateralized, cross-hypothecated. The cowboys in London sold the cowboys in Chicago gold. They took delivery. The delivery was gold that was borrowed from gold bars in London. They lent them to New York. They lent them to Chicago. And that could happen a dozen times. But when it came for delivery, the gold wasn't there. So they had to go get the gold from Venezuela. They had to go get the gold. This has been a slow motion train wreck. Get the gold from Iraq. Anyway, what's happening out of the UK, in my opinion, is the banks out of New York, and they're not American banks. These are banks that are international, but they rely on the United States empire to maintain their wealth. The banks in New York are asking for their gold back. Something is going on in the gold market that's much bigger than tariffs right now. It's in the headlines that delivery is taking 8 weeks. It's in the headlines that gold is coming back to the United States. Nobody's telling you why. My guess is that there's a default going on. My guess is there's a bank in trouble in the United States. If I had to pick one, I'd say it's Bank of America, but I don't know. Nobody knows. I think there's too much gold going to China, to Iran, to Russia, to India, to Southeast Asia. And I think clients of American banks, New York-based banks, are asking for their gold. So a country, for example, like a Czechoslovakia, Czech lands, might ask for its gold. And the last thing JP Morgan can have on its hand is a failure to deliver that gold. Well, where is the gold? The gold's in London. But where should the gold be? Probably it should be in New York. But where's the New York gold? It might have been already shipped to Shanghai. They are playing musical chairs with the gold because the layer after layer after layer of lending out gold and then relending it and relending it is coming home to roost. But I don't know that for sure. But something big is going on. It's happened before, but it's with time, with manipulation, it calms back down and everybody goes back to trusting the Fed, trusting our financial system. I think this time could be different, ocean sailing. I think this time could be, and you know, what causes panic, what causes crashes is always something unexpected. I don't think it's going to be the gold market per se. It could be a bank goes out. That's true. I don't think it's going to be Fort Knox. I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's going to be default on delivery of physical silver. And it's going to happen to the wrong person, like an Elon Musk or a Tim Cook or the whoever makes our cruise missiles. I don't know, Martin Marietta. I think the spark to the collapse of the Western gold market is going to come from the silver market. I hope it's a long time from now, because I don't think any of you own enough silver. I don't. But anyway, the reason they're moving it here is physical gold is moving east. Countries and clients are asking for delivery of their physical gold, whether they're in the East or the West. The gold that's in the United States, in other Western countries, has been lent out, and probably lent out, anybody's guess, but I'd say at least 10x. It's probably 50x. It's all papered over, and there's derivatives, there's paper contracts. So they need people to trust those paper contracts. So they're delaying delivery. In my opinion, and I'm not sure it's true anymore, but on the COMEX and in New York, they can declare a force majeure and deliver cash instead of delivering gold. But I think in London, and I could be wrong on this, they have to deliver the physical. So you're wondering, well, why would they ship it out of the Bank of England to the United States? I think it's because all of this is run by the Fed. All of this is run by the U.S., so-called U.S. banks. And it's our military that backs it up. And where the lying is occurring, where the documents are, where the fraud is in the United States. It might be over there too, but the manipulation is here. I think there's calls on the gold, and a bunch of people are sweating under their armpits trying to locate gold. And so bringing it back to New York, you'll be able to show the guy from Colombia that comes up to see it. You'll be able to show the guy that comes from Ecuador. You'll be able to show the woman that flies in from Poland. You'll be able to show them the gold, because it's supposed to be in New York. That's why I think it's coming over. I think they're trying to manage a run on the bank. I think they're trying to keep people's confidence in our, futures markets, in our bond market, in our dollar. I think they're going to succeed. I think they'll be able to pull it off as it relates to gold. I'm not sure they'll be able to pull it off with silver. You can't fly the silver over. It's too heavy. You'd have to set up convoys of ships to get the silver to New York. So maybe that's another answer why they're flying the gold, because they can. They counterfeited gold just like they counterfeited GTII and MMTLB, they counterfeited gold. And they're trying to hide that fact from the world. Yeah, I like JM Bullion. I like JM Bullion. I'll look it up. It's Nog Zion. I'm not a Zionist. I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm not anti-Israel, but I'm not a Zionist. I think, I'm Catholic. We don't say we're Christian. We say we're Catholic. But I guess that means I'm a Christian. But I am Catholic. So, but I think Christ came to the world basically to tell us it's going to be okay. Basically to tell us to believe, and that our sins will be forgiven. And there's various interpretations. I don't want to get into a religious debate, but essentially that the way to the next life is a different path than what was implied by the Old Testament. But I also understand that people, they're the Abrahamic faith. The people who are Jewish do not believe that Christ was the Messiah. So what's the difference between Jews and Christians? We are waiting for our Messiah to return. And as I understand it, Jews are waiting for their Messiah to come. Do we have to fight over this? It seems like the same thing. And then you've got Islam, who believe that the mighty leaders of the Old Testament, the Torah, are prophets, that Christ was a prophet, and Muhammad was, peace be upon him. I don't mean to be disrespectful. That he's the last. I don't know, and they wait for God to come and the judgment day. So are these things to go to war over? Are these things to kill each other over? Are these things to hate each other over? I really don't think so. And then there's other places in the world. I actually think that Jesus came for everybody that was dead, that has ever lived and ever will live, and of all faiths, of everybody. That's how I see it. I'm not sure that's doctrinaire to the Catholic faith. But you're suggesting that a Christian company is looking for oil in Israel. There is no oil in Israel. Unless you believe in a greater Israel, which means that somehow when God promised Abraham that his progeny would fill the earth, which some people think that is Israel. It's the name, not the place. I guess I don't have it. Maybe I have it here. Yeah, I used it under here. But I don't really want to start a religious debate. But I just read in this book by Peter Beinart, a Jewish guy, writing about writing about Gaza, and I'm just trying to get his perspective and learn. But I probably won't find it right away. But he gives the numbers. Of course, I can't find it. I don't like using yellow markers in books. So I'd like to read it to you instead of making it up in my, trying to remember it. Oh, here it is. And I'm sorry, this is his book. I'm not trying to cause trouble with his words. The founding charter of the Likud party declares, quote, between the sea and the Jordan, there will be only Israeli sovereignty, unquote. And while the ADL can speculate about how a Palestinian state from the river to the sea would treat Jews, Israel's treatment of Palestinians is not hypothetical. Israel was created by displacing roughly 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. And Israel displaced several 100,000 more in 1967 when it extended the borders of Israel from the river to the sea. Anyway, I don't want to get into the debate. I'm just saying that I think the oil that you're referring to in Israel is in the Golan Heights. It's in Syria. So maybe it's Israel. It just depends on your definition of Israel. And I think the other natural gas reserves, which are supposedly massive, are off of Gaza Strip. Well, Trump wants to just move everyone out of Gaza. So I guess that those reserves will accrue to the new residents of Gaza, maybe to the United States, but probably to Israel. Anyway, I will look up ZNOG, but I'm telling you, I'm exposing to you that I question whether the oil is Israeli. Yeah, I'll try to do that, John. I might know where it is. Give me tomorrow morning. I might know where it is. I might know where it is, John. I might have just thought of it. Wow, you're pretty smart, ocean sailing. You know the gentleman who agrees with you and points that out. A guy, his name is Martin Armstrong, and he thinks that all of us will lose our homes. I lost mine already, but we'll lose our homes because of taxes. And he makes a similar point that you make, Ocean, that you don't really own your property because the government taxes you on it and they increase those taxes. So you can lose You can actually lose your property lickety split if you don't pay your taxes. Yeah, you can that's true. You can 1031 any investment. That is true. I got it. ZNOG is a Christian Dallas-based company drilling in Israel. I will look it up. I'm not against the idea, by the way. There's oil and gas in Egypt, offshore Mediterranean. I've heard there's a lot of oil in the Golan Heights. And there's oil in Africa. So I like your idea. I will look it up. I'm not thrilled. I simply am not thrilled that it's taken by military might. But the British did it and we did it. So come on, how naive can I be? I thought we had economic power because that was the deal we made when we won World War II. Well, stop you right there. We were the winning country after World War II, but we were somewhat late to the game. And I would argue that in the European theater, we may have won without them, but I doubt it. I think it was the Soviets that arguably won World War II, but more accurately, it was a joint effort. It wasn't the United States. Japan's a little different because we used the bombs twice. It's a little different. So, yeah, I guess we won that part of the war. The biggest thing that we bestrode the world. Our bases were worldwide, but our factories were whole. Our infrastructure, our oil, everything was working. Japan, China, Southeast Asia, parts of it, Europe, Russia. I don't know about India. I don't remember, but Malaysia, Singapore, these places were devastated. A lot of the islands in the South Pacific. I don't remember. I think Australia was under pressure, but I don't remember. But anyway, we were it. That's why we were so strong. Rumored in Trump's last presidency, the gold was removed from the Vatican. Took 650 plane flights. I didn't hear that. And I wonder how much gold would be in 650 planes. I don't know that either. I do hear rumors that the Vatican Bank is in trouble. Look, I don't know, Ocean, but it's a lot like scrambling to meet margin calls or delivery calls on Gbux or Fngr motion or GTII MNTLP. They'll pull levers everywhere. But I'll remember that you said that. That's a very interesting bit of information. I tend to believe it. ZNOG has a buying program on its website. Oh, that's interesting. I like that idea. They're skipping the markets. You can only 1031 real estate. Now, I don't know the full rules. I don't know if you can do it with everything. But that's not true, Teresa. or these nuts. I don't know if I made a living, but I've had a lot of investors who sold real estate and bought oil and gas. So it's just not true. They avoid, if your point is they're avoiding paying the taxes on real estate, and that's 1031s are only to avoid paying taxes on real estate, you might be right. You might be right about that. I'm not going to claim I know the answer. Terrorists that the U.S. shadow government created. 1031 is like in kind for real estate. Okay, so there's the answer. George Bush, total debt was over 11 trillion. All right, I think I said 12. George Bush added 6 trillion, Obama added 8. Oh, so Obama got it to 20, not to 16. Okay, that's where I messed up. Do you think Trump would bring us back on the gold standard? Would it be beneficial? No. That would, number one, he's not going to put us on a gold standard. And number two, that would bring the world back to the mercantile trading system. And I don't think that's going to happen. Basically, we've enjoyed a world where everybody, slowly, yes, but everyone can get more wealth and better off. Very rapidly over the last decade or so, the United States is turning into a third world nation in the sense that the extraordinarily rarefied air of the top 0.5%, they all go to the same schools, they all look out for each other, and they all get wealthy beyond everything, and they corrupt the government and corrupt everything, actually. So it's changed in that sense. But the gold standard used to be what was used in, and it was called the mercantile system. We had, after Bretton Woods, it was a currency system, but it had the, I'm trying to remember what they called it, but everything traded against the dollar somehow. And the dollar was convertible into gold. China had a terminology, good as gold, for the dollar. One of my clients told me that. And they always believed it as good as gold. And then it became, as I already explained, it became good as oil. But now I'm getting confused between Giscard d'Estaing and de Gaulle. Both were petulant, let's say, against the supremacy of the United States of America. And you can look it up today. France is a huge empire today. Macron runs a massive empire. But we don't focus on that. Anyway, one of those two guys, was it Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, however you say his name, or was it Charles de Gaulle? I think it was de Gaulle, but I could be wrong. Complained about the United States having a special privilege, basically seigniorage, which is we could print our own money. It might have come after, I'm getting confused. That might have been said after Nixon pulled us off the gold exchange. But The point is, France started asking for gold in lieu of the dollars they held. And we were pricing gold, and I think we still have gold on our books at something like $42 an ounce. And there was an arbitrage there, and gold was flying out of the United States. This was during two bouts of inflation, during two oil shortages, which happened, by the way, under Nixon and Ford. Carter got blamed. I guess one of them happened under, I'm trying to remember, it was 72 or 73. Anyway, Carter got blamed for it, but it really had started and happened under Nixon. Probably started under Johnson, to be fair. Anyway, to get back to your thing, we stopped the convertibility of the dollar into gold, and as I've already said, we switched to oil. But then it's been this monetary system, and we've come right to the end of it. This woman, I forget her name, is a lot like John Law. She's either deluded or she's pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, and we're going to destroy the dollar. I think Trump wants to stop that. I don't think Trump wants to bring us back to a gold standard. If you have a gold standard, you cannot expand spending. You cannot prime the pump. You cannot for a while, let's say, tell a white lie about what's going on and rescue an economy, prevent economies from going into depression. We'll never go back to a gold standard. What I think we'll do is go to an international basket of currencies, which includes gold. That's what I think will happen. It'll probably include gold and silver. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't have to include silver. I think it'll include gold. Will it be out of the IMF and special drawing rights? That's what we wish. I don't think so. I think Trump might get that done. He thinks ahead. It's an open question. But no, I don't think we'll go to a gold standard. I think we will go to, right now, what exists are special drawing rights. It's a concept. They're based, the IMF is based on economies, but it's also based on gold. And I think what will come, let's just say it's SDRs, we could see a financial system comprising, what's that W.C. Fields movie? It was a moulash comprising, succotash comprising. I remember how he used that word. But anyway, it could be comprised of the yuan, the ruble, the euro, the dollar, perhaps a couple of other currencies, maybe XRP, and gold. And I think the most, in my opinion, the most that gold would be allowed to represent would be 40%, 30%, something like that. I don't think it will get bigger than that. And I think part of the new arrangement, unless Trump cleans up our financial markets, which he might, but it might the markets might move to Singapore or to Hong Kong or to Beijing or to Shanghai, unfortunately for us. But that's okay. We have time to adjust, and we'll still live a good life. The plan of a deep state cabal was to bring down the United States. You might be right. I think it was different, but it would lead to that as well. But I think the idea has been to create a world I don't know what government or organization. So, and based it out of Europe, I think. And I hate to say this, Ocean, and it troubles me, but I think it also is sort of a Marxist communist thing. And I hate saying that because it makes me sound like all these weirdos growing up used to talk about. But I do think it's about taking away individual rights and giving the power to whatever that supra organization would be. And I hate to say it, ocean sailing, I'm open to the idea. And now I will lose you completely. But I'm open to the idea. I'm not saying it's what's happening, but I'm open to the idea that Planet X is returning now, this decade. You know, some Zachariah Sitchin at least implied, he never really answered the question, but that the cycle of Planet X, and I can't remember, 3,200 years, 3,500, 3,300, and it might not be a planet, it might be a solar system, whatever. It might be another sun, but whatever. That it would arrive by 2070 around. And the premise of the Anunnaki's civilization, why they came here in the first place, is they needed our gold to protect their atmosphere. I don't know. This all comes from his analysis of the Sumerian texts that Dick Cheney went and grabbed, apparently. It would explain our fascination with gold and other things, but it would also explain in the context of what you're talking about. And I don't want to say this is what I believe. I don't want you to, it's just something I'm open to considering, is how do you control a planet? You get a one source of government, and maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Let's just leave that topic off for now. You're Baptist. Well, I don't know exactly what it means, but I think Jimmy Carter was Baptist, and I admire him. And I think I went to a Baptist mass down in Georgia, and I enjoyed it very much, very much. And so I'm fine with Baptists. I'm completely fine. I have no problem with it. There is a strain of American Christianity that believes that there's some sort of war has to happen in the Middle East before the great return comes and the lifting of souls to heaven occurs. I don't know. I don't understand any of it. I don't have a point of view on it. But I take the belief that, much like Trump's belief, by the way, that the killing should stop. I don't think God wants us to kill each other or mistreat each other or subjugate each other. So. Ocean, obviously it's a Saturday night and I ain't got nobody. I got some money because I just got paid. I love the honey and done the mess I made. Oh, another Saturday night and I ain't got nobody. I don't remember the words. I've been to Dallas. I like Dallas, and that's the headquarters of Netherlands Sewell and Associates, who I think the world of. And I like Dallas very much. I know the Pope. I actually like this Pope, but Catholics don't like the Pope. But I like him. And I think he's a good man. They had a list of popes that might be voted on, and if I had to guess, our next pope, oh man, unless we go back that conservative route, I think our next pope will come from Africa, maybe South America, but I think our next pope will come from Africa, and I'm all for it. A 1031 is a tax-deferred exchange that allows you to exchange gold or silver for other like-kind property. Okay, so it's not just real estate. Fiat stands for let it be done in Greek. Well, it's like that Star Trek movie with the captain, Let It Be So. Fiat is that government just make it happen. Fiat is an edict, and it depends on your form of government. So I guess in Greece, they had a democracy, but let it be done. Don't believe false info. Like kind is right. Real estate for real estate. Metal for metal. Kind is correct. All right. I believe you, John. I do believe you. I'm just admitting I'm not a lawyer or a tax. I believe you. The only thing is you can oil and gas is real estate. That's what it is. If you sell a rental property out of New York for a leased oil and gas property, it's that's what it is. It is like kind. That is like kind. That is what it is. So that's what was confusing me as I was talking. That's what it is. It's the same. It's alike. But it is called a like kind exchange. You're absolutely right. So I suppose you could sell your daughter and buy somebody's son. No, I'm just kidding. That's bad. That's trying to be clever. Anyway, you are? You are? Why ocean? Wow, ocean sailing. I am sailing always sailing far away across the sea, always sailing, endless sailing, to be near you, to be free. Something like that. I'm sorry you're lonely ocean sailing. I've been experiencing that loneliness myself. Um, there's a reason for it. I don't think it lasts forever. But I don't know how to break out of it. Um, uh, I've been reading, but it's funny, I don't enjoy reading as much as I used to. I don't enjoy anything as much as I used to. I suppose that's depression, but it's also maybe being alone. But I would love to talk about the Anunnaki, Gilgamesh, however you say it. I mean, ocean sailing, I'll tell you, my brain just gets me in trouble. But I've flown to Turkey twice over the last decade or so, and I went through Athens both times, and I've been to Athens twice otherwise, three times otherwise. But each time I recently did it, I went through alone. I was visiting people in Turkey, but so I had to spend, I had to um, be a tourist by myself. So each time I wasn't created, I went up to the Parthenon and I was just there looking at it, and it's huge. It's huge. And I'm going to tell you something that you're going to think I'm crazy. But I looked at the steps and I said, why would they ever make these steps so big? Why is this whole thing so big? Yes, it's the grandeur. Yes, it's to be able to see it and do it in proportion. But I started thinking about the Greek gods, and I started thinking about time and recorded history and the giants, the giant that David slew. And I just wondered, was this built by the Anunnaki? I don't know. It's a crazy thought. It's a crazy thought. Yes, I'm Catholic, and John, I don't say that I'm Catholic, that I'm a good Catholic. I don't say it to lord it over anyone. I don't say it to make myself better than any other faith or atheist or person. I don't at all. And I fully acknowledge that maybe if I had been born differently, I'd be something else. But part of my loneliness, going back to ocean sailing, this year, I've been going to Mass without fail, alone. But what's the word? Enjoy? Reward? Probably not. But it feels right. It feels like I'm home. And I know all the complaints about the Catholic Church. I know all the complaints about uh, all of it. What I have come to understand is when you go to Mass, it's a prayer. And that's how I try to see it. for ocean sailing, I don't think being open to the idea of accepting those who from heaven come being real, I don't think that changes the idea, the other ideas. And, that's why I don't think we should kill each other over religion, because we don't know. We can't know. I'm fascinated, and I was privileged to meet I spent 2 evenings and 1 lecture with him, and I ran into him other times. I really like Christopher Hitchens. I pray for him as well, but he doesn't want prayers, and he's atheist. But I think one of the mistakes Christopher Hitchens may have made when he was alive is, and there's another guy, this Roger Penrose, he's a mathematician. I find him fascinating to listen to. I don't think he necessarily does or doesn't believe in God, but he's a physicist, and it's the whole universe. Anyway, he seems to have a mind that can gather all information. So I could be wrong about what I'm about to say. But I don't think we have all the information. I don't think our 5 senses begin to understand everything that's out there. My dog could pick up things I can't pick up. So how is it possible that as a human being, I could see or know everything? But ocean, going back to Roger Penrose, and then going back to Graham Hancock, and going to the pyramids and Robert Bauval, consciousness. And I think the pyramids were a way of creating energy, because somehow that civilization lived, that spread around the world without burning oil and gas. But I'm also wonder, all those observational techniques that civilizations had. Yes, it could be that it was the heavens and astronomy, maybe astrology, I don't know, but astronomy. But there's a question I have, Ocean, as to whether or not it was a way of connecting with civilizations or consciousness that span light years, and that consciousness can connect with other consciousness somehow. We experience it in our lives. We think of someone, and the next day they call us. So I don't think it's as far out as I'm sure you must be thinking I'm a lunatic. But anyway, coming back to being Catholic, I don't think any of these ideas, that's how I feel anyway, any of these ideas move me away from being Catholic. And John, I don't know how long you've been listening to me, but I attempted to go to some AA meetings back in my other neighborhood. And I had a dog, so I didn't go too far. those meetings tended to be gay, which no problem with that. I don't have a judge. It's just I found out that that it wasn't all that easy for me. But I have friends who were gay, so I'm not trying to make any issue out of that either. But in a lot of the meetings I went to, and I didn't go to many, and I stopped, and I went to one in September. A friend of mine asked me to go, and I picked up. I don't even know what it means, but I picked up the medallion, I guess, for 5 years. I didn't point it out, but somebody pointed it out, so I had to get up, hug, and whatever. I didn't say anything. But that meeting, all of the discussions were, a lot of them, I didn't talk, but I listened. All of the discussions were about God and higher power. And then there was one woman who gave a good, she shared, but she talked about her, some of her, she didn't like the church, and I think she had been Catholic, and she didn't like to say God and higher power, which that's the whole point. But the guy that invited me, like you, is a Catholic, and he drove me back or drove me to the metro anyway, and I was talking to him. And this connects to what I said about going to Mass regularly now. I told him, and this I guess I'm telling you, I really don't see it that way. I think it's a blessing to have been born in the Catholic faith. That's how I see it. When I was in London, I read, and I've lost this book, and I can't find it again. Maybe I can Google it. A guy named French, I think. He wrote 2 books. He was a scientist, an atheist, a journalist, and he worked for the BBC, and he was given the task of doing a documentary on worldwide religions and the beginning of Christianity, and he took it seriously and he did it. And lo and behold, as he was doing it, he started believing, and he converted to Christianity, we can call it. But he started believing in Christ and the apostles and the whole story. So he had to choose from scratch what he was going to become. And he studied all the faiths, the Christian faiths, because that's what happened to him. He believed in Christ. So he wrote 2 books. I loved them, but I've lost them. I found them very powerful. But he narrowed his choice down to the Greek Orthodox faith. And I forget why he didn't choose Russian Orthodox, but the Greek Orthodox faith and Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, because both faiths, to him, could trace their origin directly to the human beings who were the apostles and who walked the earth with Christ. But he ended up choosing the Greek Orthodox faith, partly what I remember, partly because it was more enjoyable. The people were happier, they celebrated more, and he found the Catholic masses a little bit subdued, and I don't know what word he used, but Anyway, he chose the Greek Orthodox faith. I wish I had that book. I'd like to reread it. But anyway, John, I don't know why I'm sharing that. I actually, people don't understand the Catholic faith. I don't blame them, because the Catholics in history have done a lot of horrible things. The forced conversion of Jews in Spain to Catholicism, for example, whenever under Isabel, is terrible. That's one example. But it reminds all of us that we're human, which is why we need. That's why we need God. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Ocean. I'm sorry about that. Ricky brings it back to Railtown. Ricky, here's what I see happening in Railtown. I think they made the announcement they're acquiring that AI company, the partnership company. I think that in Canada, you'd need 4 weeks to put it out to shareholders to get approval. I have a feeling that it's not. Look, I think they still have to take the 4 weeks. Don't get me wrong, but I just have a feeling that community of wealthy men and women that are in there, they've already got the approval. That's my opinion. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard. And then I think that they've been marketing their product, so I think the potential is for some combination of announcement of revenue deals, or maybe a merger and acquisition deal. Will it come in the next week or two? I don't know. It could, I suppose, but I think it will come after the 4 weeks are up, or could anyway come then. So if it's really good news, and it could be more than one thing, I think people talk and they start buying and they start acting. So I think the stock price could go up sooner. That's what I think is happening here in the short run. What I think is going to happen to Railtown, Ricky, is that once they have revenue, you pick it. I don't know what number to use. 1 billion, $500 million, 2 billion. I don't know what number. I do think the company becomes an acquisition candidate for one of the bigger partners they're already in bed with: Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA. There's 3 others, I can't remember. Why? Because that's what the big companies do. They issue stock, they acquire. So that's what I think will happen. Why does it happen? Because technology, particularly AI, grows at a rapid pace. It's constantly changing. Competition comes in. So Microsoft, let's use them as an example. They're not going to take the 4 or 5 years to create it themselves, because the whole thing could change. They're not going to wait, because the competition could come. They're going to go acquire the product that's working, or the many products that are working that have revenue, and add it to their business. So I think, I happen to agree with you. I think Railtown will be an acquisition candidate, let's say over the next 9 months or so. It could be longer. And then the multiples are high. So that's what I think happens. How do I reconcile that with the fact that the stock market could go up and then crash? That's the risk. Wow, you ballroom dance? I don't know how to dance, but you can dance if you want to. That's great. I went on, well, anyway, it's a whole different story, but she died. My girlfriend's grandmother invited me, and the the guy that would escort her, he was a ballroom dancer, but her husband was a dancer, and they would go on cruises, and he had a heart attack. She was, and I'm sure is, a wonderful person. She was a Christian Scientist, I think. She never talked about all of that, but she was a wonderful person, generous, and led with great example. But anyway, that's what she would love. She would love your choice of activity, going on a cruise and ballroom dancing. She would love that. You're single 15 years. I've been single for a while, and I'm starting to wonder, is it normal? Because so many people are not. But I don't particularly like the dating game that goes on now. Love the sinner, hate the sins. Yeah. Yeah, I have a hard time loving myself, but I try to love the sinners. But sometimes it's too big for us. But yeah, you have to hate the sins. Although I have to admit, with my dog, I didn't hate all his sins. he couldn't. I couldn't stay mad at him. Even at the end, when I had to clean up his poop. It's all about our consciousness and our junk DNA. Yeah, I think, not to scare people, but there's pretty good evidence that our DNA was interfered with, was created. I don't know. I don't. I accept the idea of Darwinism, of course, as far as it goes, but I also don't think it explains everything. Like eyeballs. How did eyeballs evolve? I guess they did. Or consciousness. How did that evolve? I don't know. I guess it did. I don't know. They're really big ideas and questions. I don't know. Case for Christ by Lee Strobel. I'll write that down. I'll see if I can read it. That's not the one that I read. It's not the one I read, but I'll write that down, John. I appreciate that. Lee Strobel. Reevaluation of Railtown. That's what I think. I think because of this acquisition that they've already announced, it's a quiet period by definition. And apparently in Canada, it's 4 weeks. So that's a quiet period. But I think, Ricky, they're using Canaccord, Genuity, whatever, which is a big bank out of Canada. It also works with the shorts. Canada is fraught and full of the crime of with and for the crime of short selling. But at the same time, they have banks. And I think next is the revaluation. How does the revaluation come? It comes by telling the story. So it's an awareness thing, whether it's research, institutional, face-to-face conferences, that happens. Secondly, it comes from getting contracts for their product, the conductor, and they have 3 others. It comes that way. Thirdly, it comes from mergers and acquisitions. The what we used to call roll-up. It's coming. It's coming. It'll no longer be a R&D angel round susceptible to the Jeff Eastons of the world, financing trouble company, growing, need more money, still inventing our product type company. It'll be cash flowing, revenue closing. So if AMD bought Railtown, we would get shares of Railtown, of AMD. Yeah, you don't know that answer. They may pay. It depends on who buys. They may pay cash. And John would know better than I do, but I think my understanding and what I've always acted on, but I'm not an accountant, is if they paid cash, we would owe taxes on the shares they bought from us. Well, there's a lot of big people in I think, in both Railtown and the AI partnership company. I think they'd be inclined to want to be bought, to be purchased by shares. Well, if an AMD were to buy Railtown with stock, our cost basis would just roll into AMD, and it would be a non-taxable event for us if the purchase were stock, and that'd be great. I don't think we'd be home free, because I do think the gigantic multiples in the technology group in the United States could come under pressure this year or next year. It might not. It might take a longer time. But so I think you and me too, I guess, we would have a decision. Do we just lock in our gain, pay our taxes, or do we stay in your example, in AMD? I don't know. It's too soon to tell. It's too soon to tell. All right, I'm gonna sign off, because it's getting cold. I want to eat and other things. But I'm sorry I went on so long. It's been nice getting to know you, Ricky, better. John, getting to know you better, and Ocean. It's fun having a one-sided conversation in many ways, but it's fun seeing you seeing your thoughts. I don't know if we're God, but I was taught when I was young that we're all part of God's body, basically. So, it may all be the same thing. I don't know what else to say to sign off. Don't feel, I don't know. I can't give you that advice. How do you not feel alone? I don't know. I just don't know. I know one thing very briefly, if you go out and meet a dog and you bend down to say hi to her, She can make you feel happy for 30 seconds. That happens. I don't know the answer, so I hope you don't feel alone. I hope your loneliness can end. It will. It will. It will. So anyway, thank you for joining, and peace to everybody.